Hello, everyone. Close. Welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons, rolling dice and shit. So welcome. Always awkward. Anyway, before we get into the game, we'll do some quick announcements for the evening. First off, we've had our recent 100th episode, and I think we have some merch in there. Laura, any updates?
Oh my gosh, all that crazy merch that
merch
we
in there.
have. We have those posters, you guys, those amazing David Mack posters that look so pretty. So the signed versions are going to be in the store for 1 more week.
1 more week.
And the non-signed version is going to be in the store for 2 more weeks.
2 more weeks.
And that's it. And then they're gone forever. So tell your friends, tell your buddies, tell everyone you know.
I didn't.
That's right. And we also have our Scanlan concert tees and our Slayer's
those.
cake aprons, and our hats are out of stock, but everything else should be in there if you guys want to go check it out.
Fantastic.
And the shop at geekasundry.com.
Sold.
Word.
Thank you, Laura.
Hey, you're welcome.
That's so sweet. All right, there's that. And let's see, here else. Just a reminder, the Tal'Dorei campaign guide pre-orders go on sale mid-July. You can go to the Green Warning website for info on that, and we'll be releasing them physically bound at Gen Con first, and they'll be coming out weeks after that on the interwebs. But check out Green Warning's site for all that information. And we're excited about Gen Con insanity. So, see you guys there. Let's see. Wednesday Club, Mr. Taliesin.
Yeah, we've got something special planned, but I don't know if it's official yet. But I think that we are going to be celebrating Pride Month, and we may have a special guest. I can't say for sure, but we're going to be talking. We're going to be talking.
It's Stanley.
It's Stanley. He's coming out.
Wow.
You heard it here
Whoa.
He and his pansexual adventures throughout Comic. Excelsior. Yeah, so it's going to be fun. It'll be a thing.
Go watch it, True Believers.
Possible special guest.
I love it. Now check out special guest for Wednesday Club next week. Awesome. Thank you,
I
Taliesin.
limit myself to just one.
That's Gilbert Godfrey?
All right, and let's see. Also, we have Vox Machina Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Pacific time here on Twitch and Alpha to discuss what you'll watch tonight on this episode. And we'll get yes, that.
New thing.
Thank you, Sam.
Sorry.
That's okay. Well done.
I know. I thought you. It's really pleasing in the hand, isn't it?
Herding
It's nice.
kittens.
That's what she said.
Whoa. And I think that's it. Quick announcements this evening.
Yeah, I
Nice and
like
quick.
it.
I like it. That means we get to dive back into the story here, guys.
Oh my goodness,
Should we mention that we had to reprint some character sheets? Or are we not mentioning that, or is that? I've now said it on the.
Yeah, a few characters leveled. We have
Yeah,
a few
a few
folks at
characters.
18 now, so
Yeah.
that's fun.
I can't get over it.
Old enough to get in trouble for drinking.
Oh yes.
You want to make a special announcement?
Yeah.
So special announcement about my hair. No. There's a time jump in Blind Spot, so
Spoiler.
I got the herd.
I have hair.
Spoiler.
Oh shit.
Did they just assume your character doesn't
well,
go to the
live on the
salon
internet.
and
Oops.
cut your hair? Like, is that not?
I love them.
I like it.
It's pretty cool.
Those vitamins work
Did your
real
character
fast,
on the
man.
time jump go to the Feywild or go sailing on the sea?
I'm pretty sure she makes her own bakery cake store.
Right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. Anyway, it's called the Slayer's Bake. Anyway, guys, I think that's it. And that being the case, let's go ahead and hop into tonight's episode of Critical Role. welcome back. So, last we left off,
Wait, do I put that on my saving throws too?
Are you seriously? Did we?
yes.
Okay.
We need to share it with the world. Laura just leveled
We only
up,
have a
and
week
her
in
attack
between our
bonus
shows.
went down.
Because I was doing it wrong this whole time. Yep.
Boy. Anyway.
Job's done.
Job. Right time. Yes, me old. All right, so, last we left off, Vox Machina had discovered the existence of a second ziggurat-like structure on the continent of Marquette. And apparently, a cult of the Whispered One there gathering magical artifacts to toss into a second darkened black orb similar to the one beneath Whitestone all this time. You ran into Scanlan once more, and leading you guys to where this cavern was found in the mountains of Smolder Crown on the continent of Marquette, you did battle with the cultists there, and it seemed to reveal one of the leaders in that group was none other than the not dead Delilah Briarwood. She fended you off, completed their ritual, and some of their surviving cultists fled into the orb, apparently, to the other side. You then gathered yourselves, gathered some supplies, your information, and then proceeded to travel through the orb in Whitestone into the Shadowfell, the Shadow Plane dark mirror to the Prime Material, where you stumbled upon a partially ruined city that had undergone some sort of ancient siege, and much of it still lies in ruins and disrepair, where you discovered what seemed to be 2 other siphon orbs existing around the outskirts of this forgotten city, leaving threads of magical energy being siphoned and transferred to a singular black obsidian tower for whatever purpose the Whispered One, the Undying King, has for this energy. You begin to make your way deeper into the city, masquerading as some undead. In the process, you killed a few cultists wandering the street and intimidated one, or I should say, didn't intimidate. You killed him and then asked his corpse. I guess it's a form of intimidation. Probably one of the most extreme forms of intimidation, really. Discovering that this city is under the title Thar Empala, which Thar Empala, you don't know too much about it other than it seems to be where an ancient battle took place. Much of the undead that wanders this realm carries armaments, weapons, and symbols that seem to be of Pelor, the Dawnfather. You also discovered that there's this tower in the center titled Entropis, where all the magic is being funneled at the moment. Thus, having found this information, gathered your resolve, you continue your trek deeper and deeper into the city surrounding the Tower Entropis to discover what your purpose is here in Thar Empala. So, Vox Machina, what are you doing?
Figuring it all out. Taking a 5.
Hanging out.
So we found out that there's a ritual happening soon,
Yeah, like super stat.
and there's no day or night here, so who cares, right?
Right?
all night.
It's all just night, all the time.
It's kind of a sunless gray sky. There's some low light,
Like
like a very
Seattle.
heavy, like a very dark, thunderous Seattle.
Hello, Seattle.
Thank you.
I think it is.
It is now.
Okay.
So,
We have to make our way to the big tower, right? Super fast
Well,
and invisibly.
as still.
Oh, we're also vampire creatures.
Oh, we look like the Gloomstalkers.
Yeah.
No, those are the flying ones.
We look like
Gloomstalkers are the flying
miscellaneous
creatures.
vampire-y things, right?
Yeah.
We just look at, shambling zombies.
Scary,
Yeah.
ghouly creatures.
Yeah.
Yes.
Extras from a bad
Walking Dead.
zombie video. Yeah.
I was gonna say
Trey
Halloween
still
Horror
kicking?
Nights, but yeah.
Huh, what?
That's right.
Passed on Trace.
Maybe a trauma film.
I would say probably because I would have not cast a spell yet. That would have interrupted the
I cast it when we landed here, but
correct. But I don't think you've done anything that altered that concentration yet.
I don't think so. So it's still going?
I think so.
Okay.
For maybe another 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, I didn't hunter's mark either of the guys that
Nope.
we attacked.
And we got the
So-
smoking thing, right? What's it called? The sensor, the
Yeah, that thing.
the what is it?
The smoky thing.
What's it called?
Sensor. The sensor.
Is it called a sensor?
Yes.
First try.
And it was. We learned that it does something too.
It
What was
protects
the
you
ability
from ghouly deads.
Yeah.
Ghouly deads specifically?
Yeah.
Keep the
Will it
weird.
protect all of us?
I think it's got a range.
If we stay
Yeah.
in this tight.
Stay tight.
Yeah.
Stay tight.
Tight.
Stay tight.
So why don't we just walk through the center of town in the middle of the road with the sensor and just walk into the tower? No? Maybe?
No. I see nothing wrong with this plan.
Fly up to the top of the tower?
Oh, no, no.
This thing's flying.
Yeah, I think stay on the ground.
Teleport somewhere?
I think let's
Do you
get
have that ability?
closer.
Well,
Yeah.
she does, doesn't she? Can
There's
we
no
be?
trees on the top of the tower.
We
I
can
take
be. We can be smoky mist.
That's.
It'll take us a minute
Yeah.
to not be missed anymore, and by then they'll realize we're there on the top of the tower.
Should we take off the robes that they had and pop it on some of us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Sure, why
I think
not?
let's.
I mean, we're undead. We look like we're undead.
Oh right, yeah.
I think they probably know we're here. I think they probably know we're coming. I think let's just trepidatiously make our way a little closer, see what else is in this town, see if
like
maybe
it.
there's anything useful.
Yeah, and stay low key. We don't need to
Blend.
go marching.
In.
Let's not blow anything up yet.
But we're making our way to the tower.
Making our way towards the tower
With the
in a
sensor.
towerly direction.
Yeah.
Are we at full health?
No,
No.
I'm not. I
I'm
don't
not
know the rest of
either.
you.
Oh, well, I can help that actually.
I mean, should we take like a 30-minute rest and roll some hit points?
That
Sure.
Did we fight? Oh no, that's right. We went down,
w-
going through.
Yeah, going through the actual portal, the spinning ball of death caused some damage.
Yeah. I don't know if there's actually time for that though to take like.
11 points.
I'm all right
Yeah, it
with my.
was
I'm 20
11
points
or
down.
22
I don't mind being 20
That's
points
Let's
down.
be. Let's be all full though. We can be
We're
all
going
full.
to fucking potentially fight Delilah Briarwood.
Yeah, let's be full.
Okay, let's be full.
I'm assuming it's going to take us some time just to even get there, though, right?
Yeah.
Is it considered like healing as we walk
Let's-
there though? I don't
No,
know.
No,
we
let's-
need
You have to
10
take a
minutes.
I'd say
Rest.
let's get a little closer then and survey the situation, then take a break. I feel like we're a bit far to be.
All right. I just don't know if there's time. If she's already started a ritual.
If we
there's
run
time
into
to take
something
a
on the
break.
way there, though, I don't want to be at peak performance yet.
Yeah. All right.
Yes,
Let's move.
Oh God.
Sure.
it's going to be.
Do we still have
Just
pass
blend
without a
in.
trace
Yes,
on
we
us?
do.
You do for the next
Try
like
and
30
blend.
minutes or so, yeah.
Okay.
So let's take advantage. of it.
Yeah, let's at least move for 30 more minutes.
Yeah.
Who wants the sensor? Who's got the sensor in the front? Because we got to stay
Someone in the
together.
robe.
Oh, who's in a robe? We're all undead.
Are
Yeah,
me
but-
and you in robes?
We can do robes. I'm all right with robes.
There's only 3 of them.
I'll take a robe.
You
I'll take
go
a robe.
You lead with the sensor.
I'll take a robe with a sensor.
Okay, Percy and Vex?
Yeah.
Okay, you both throw robes on over your seeming altered undead bodies. Percy, you're carrying the sensor?
Yes, I'm carrying the sensor.
And you're all slowly clustered behind them?
Yes.
Okay. It is
Thank you.
All right, so you guys continue moving what's very plainly towards the center of the city as the tower stands as this giant beacon of shadow in the center of the horizon. The streets are scattered and broken. You can see there was what may have seemed almost like a hint of cobblestone at one point, really just looks like largely broken and shattered badlands and dried stone that seems to have been pummeled by impacts of some kind that crack it into small pieces. This is a city by function and function alone. There was very little considered in the beauty of its construction, at least this far out. As you continue to press towards the center of the city,
I want to keep an eye out and just to see if anybody's noticing if it seems like people are paying attention to us in a way that they shouldn't be.
okay. Well, as you're keeping an eye out, I would like all of you guys to make a deception roll with advantage.
With advantage?
Yes.
Come
Yeah.
on, Gil.
That's not bad.
33.
21.
17.
18.
17.
Pike?
22.
8.
Too big.
As you guys
Sorry.
As you guys make your way further down one of the, not major thoroughfares, but one of the general streets that kind of snakes around towards the central area of the city, some of you gently kind of moaning and gurgling as you walk. Behind you have Grog Frankensteining his way down the street. The sound of your rendition, that song. No, you, as you're walking, a shadow seems to cross, a large kind of hulking shadow crosses past one of the rows and turns and begins walking in your direction. And you see ahead what looks to be about a 10-foot tall, thick, burly figure of brownish red flesh, torn and chains and hooks hanging from it. It looks to be almost like some sort of a amalgam of large hobgoblin body parts that have been sewn and stitched together with spikes and iron plates kind of jutting through, keeping it together at the seams. Where there would be a face, you see instead a giant metal mask that looks like a cage of some kind. And behind it, these two glowing beads of yellow eyes poking through. And you watch as it just kind of walks in a straight line.
Coming right for us.
Walking in your direction, its arms are kind of curled in front of it like a gorilla. Its fingers kind of dragging in the dust below it.
Does it look like it's just happening in our direction, or is it coming toward us?
It's hard to tell.
Hard to tell.
It's about 60 feet up.
Is there a road we can turn directions?
Is there a nonchalant way of maintaining direction but getting out of its way?
There'd be enough space to kind of give about a 10-foot berth to it if you put your back against the side of one of the nearest buildings and let it pass.
Like parting for the queen at the Ren Fair?
A little bit, yeah.
All right.
Maybe move to the side.
Or towels and Jaffe.
Or tell some Jaffe and any
Move to the side and put
party.
my head down.
Day.
What's our ploy if this thing tries to kill us?
Kill it.
Okay.
Same old, same old.
Shit show.
You guys all make your way to the side. And you watch, it's autonomous. It's not being, brought along with anybody. It's just running a path down the road. You can all move off to the side, and as you maneuver to the side of it, it kind of gets close to the sensor you're carrying, and kind of puts its fingers out of the way, actually crushing some of the stonework on one of the nearby buildings to kind of pull itself aside, trying to avoid the kind of billowing of the smoke from the sensor. And it gives like a dull, deep, resonant in your direction as it passes. Then eventually passes by the cluster of you that have all moved to the side after its head kind of shifts and scans back in the path that it's walking, and it moves past you, following the direction you just came from.
Way to be Fonzies.
Nice. Very nice.
Fonzies.
Cool.
So cool.
Wow. Something works.
A lot of Fonzies. Smells terrible.
As you continue further into the city, you still hear the distant kind of low shrieks of the Gloomstalkers kind of overhead, just kind of swooping past in clusters, circling around. Occasionally you watch one or two swoop down and land on a distant rooftop, and you hear the crunching of heavy stone and whatever materials were still remaining on the roof of that structure as it lands and surveys a bit, and then takes off and joins the rest of its kin.
Do any of the buildings look remarkable or interesting? I'm trying to keep an eye out for any building that may have anything inside it of vague importance. Either the building itself is just slightly more interesting, or it looks like maybe someone has boarded something up to try and maintain some kind of vigil against the darkness. I'm not entirely sure. Out of the ordinary.
Make an investigation check.
I knew you were going to say that. I'm not good at this. Nope. That's a 4. That's a natural 1.
A lot of these buildings are hard to tell apart when they're all just in this state of
Some of them
disrepair
have
and
doors.
destruction. Some of them do. Some of them have
Windows?
windows, kind of.
Okay. Holes where windows might be.
Possibly. Some, you can't tell if it's a hole or a window. Or a door. As you press forward.
Orthex take over again.
So, like, this is just Osgiliath, right? It's just wrecked ruin, no complete buildings, or any of them complete?
You see some further in. The exterior appears to have been the most heavily sacked.
Okay.
And there's been little intent to reconstruct from this point.
Got it.
like I said, you're still probably a good like mile and a half out from the center of the city. And as you walk further in, you can see more clusters of skeletons traveling in groups of 12 to 15, somewhat erratically. You've seen some creatures that seem to walk with an intent pattern, like they have some sort of a sentinel path they follow to keep watch on the perimeter or the roads of the city. The skeletons that wander, the undead that you see kind of clattering about across the dusty, cracked grounds between the buildings are erratic, uncontrolled. Mostly it seems to be less intentionally created undead and more just risen by the nature of the plane you walk and haven't bothered anyone yet, or at least those who live here. As you begin walking forward, you watch as a cluster of them kind of spills into this T intersection a little ways up. A few of them kind of falling and tumbling and getting back up. As they cluster together, some of them bang into each other. You hear the clattering of metal from the bits of armor that still cling to their long rotted forms. Broken bones. Some of them are missing arms, or sections of a skull is exposed and cracked open on the side where you can see what looks to be some sort of long dried and rotted away gray matter was kind of left to slowly collapse like a flan in a cupboard. As you begin to approach that area, they kind of separate a bit and kind of scatter to fill, almost like diffusing into the center of this intersection. And then they contract, almost like there's a strange hive mind magic that seems to draw them back together. They're just moving in these autonomous clusters of chaos. And you see on them still, similar to the ones you noticed earlier, some of the armor that they're wearing appears to be reminiscent to the armor that the Blackguard that you battled at the Ziggurat earlier had, or a similar kind of dark metal, and other have long destroyed, ruined, scraped, and scarred bits of silver and gold armor that are emblazoned with a long ruined and defaced symbols of the Dawnfather, Pelor.
Does it seem like both of those factions are still, are they clustered in the same groups?
They are.
Okay.
And you get the sense that whatever battle took place here long ago was probably between these two factions, and those that were lost in that fray have just been risen over time and just wander aimlessly through the streets.
Free range undead.
Yeah. Okay.
And we've seen long dead people. This is fucking creepy in the Upside Down.
Oh, what's going on?
I called the airport to try and coordinate this time.
Knocked it
It sounds creepy.
Cost me $17,000 for that 1 5-second bit, so enjoy it, guys.
It's great.
Worth it.
Totally worth it.
These bodies, like compared to, say, the ex-champion of the Raven Queen, like, do these bodies seem even older, more decayed? Do we have any sense for how old these fuckers are?
You would have to get up close, and that would be a medicine check. Would you want to try and make your way close enough to one of these bodies to inspect it enough?
How far off are they?
They're if you guys continue moving forward, you'll be at that intersection in about 30 seconds.
I'm not going to go ahead. I'll wait.
I could go up close with somebody and do a medicine check.
But keep up near the thing.
Sensor.
Everybody get close to the sensor.
Yeah,
and
why don't we just-
I'll
go
guide us
through.
towards something.
Let's just,
Okay.
yeah, no one poking out
Hopefully
ahead
they'll
for
be
this.
affected by the sensor.
Let's just stop fighting.
Well, hold on.
All right.
So who's moving forward?
Oh, just the
I
whole
guess
group.
everybody.
Yeah.
All right.
So we can all be with the wispy smoke.
Okay. So you guys make your way towards this intersection.
Yeah. We're normal. We're normal people in robes.
You also watch as you begin to walk further in that elements of the ground are growing more jagged and craggy. You can see bits of stone and earth are kind of jutting out in large stone spikes, either be through some upheaval or elements of the tumultuous landscape long ago that just caused elements of rock to spike outward up 5-10 feet in sections. You watch as you grow close to this intersection, about half of the group all at once kind of turns and looks in your direction and begin to
Can I just walk some of the smoke towards him?
shamble in your direction. The rest of the group noticing as you begin blowing the sensors smoke that way. You watch as 3 of the closest skeletons make their way into the fume and kind of and seem to kind of vaguely lose interest for a brief moment.
So since we're close, can I do a medicine check? Are we close enough to?
Yes, but with disadvantage because of the smoke.
Oh shit. Okay.
You got this, Pike.
Okay.
Roll like it's a stealth roll.
Ooh.
13.
With the brief glances you have, it's hard to really tell, and plus you're not too familiar with the overall weather of the Shadowfell. You don't know if there's enough weather to really manifest as, general decay, or if they've been beaten by the ravages of time, and if it rains here or not. It's hard to tell. You gather it probably doesn't rain often. They're definitely hundreds of years old. That's the most you can really tell. They aren't fresh dead. These are long dead.
I'm feeling foresighty. Can I creep up behind and do the same?
I will say you can do that. However,
Yeah.
you still have disadvantage, just because she's already taken the roll,
Yeah.
and you're just supplementing her roll in a very short period of time.
Would that be an even roll then, since I have advantage on everything?
You have advantage on everything. I'm giving you a chance to do this when normally you would have none.
Okay.
So the foresight's allowing you to have a roll with disadvantage.
Okay.
So go for it.
Oh, it's gonna fail.
Come on.
18.
Or not. Getting a glance at the one nearest to you, the bodies seem to be fairly well preserved for as long as they've been here, so you get the sense that there isn't a lot of heavy weather here at all. And given that fact, the decay that's there, it is reminiscent, maybe not quite as old as like the corpse of Provan when you discovered the tomb originally, but comparatively ancient,
Okay.
at least over 500 years.
Okay.
Old Pervon.
Good old Provan.
These skeletons are almost as old as you, Scanlan.
Good one.
That was an impressive walk. That was a very impressive walk.
As you continue to walk forward, and the skeletons kind of part around the cloud of the censer, you push deeper into the city, and they coalesce behind you and follow. They're like keeping a perimeter cluster now. They're still being held at bay by the wafting of this like thick blackish green smoke that's billowing off of it, but they're staying just outside of it and just slowly shambling at your speed, kind of waiting for an opening.
Yeah, I have an idea. What if, right when we get close to the tower, all of these trailing skeletons that we have on us, you just turn undead, and then you control them all.
That's great.
You can do that?
Well, destroy them. Yeah.
Destroy them, not control.
No, you can't control. I thought you
I could turn them.
Well, turn them means they just run away screaming.
I can
but
make
you're-
them run away.
But you're at a level
I mean-
where you can just make them explode if they roll low.
Okay.
So up to you.
Well, we've got a little
wanna just-
nuke in our pocket.
I want us to be quiet.
Yeah.
I don't want to make a big spectacle, because I can make them go boom boom. But let's just wait.
She can make them poop.
Big fan of boom-booms.
They don't even have bowels.
I did not though.
Is anything
I didn't either. I thought turn undead meant.
like stalking us from above while we're moving?
How astute of you. I was just about to get to that.
Did you hear that?
You put the ass. You put the ass in a stew.
Astute bitches.
Hey, did you guys know that Travis is the smartest guy at the table?
Sure.
I could tell by his cheer shirt.
So, in the billowing smoke that's coming around, Grog, because you brought it up, as well as the twins who have relatively high passive perceptions, Keyleth as well, actually, you glance up and notice that the erratic patterns that a lot of the Gloomstalkers take in the sky, there's two that seem to be circling and circling.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it.
One of them kind of, and you watch as it goes into a dive in your direction.
Oh God! In our direction.
Should we? Is there a building we can duck into?
Yeah.
Make a quick perception check.
But quick.
Ah! Ooh.
Oh, nice one.
So bad worse.
33.
Jesus.
24.
Okay, both of you really quick, you see two different directions. Past the intersection on the right And on the left, you see two buildings that are mostly still intact. They've sustained some level of damage, but they still have two solid floors, maybe partial roof missing, but they appear to be structurally sound enough to at least jump into. They both have doors that are partially ajar and a darkened interior. And a roof.
Why am I can talk. Go in that building.
Yeah, we go in, yeah?
Yes.
We dart
That
in.
way they can't dive bomb us.
I go in
at least.
last. Censoring.
Oh, yeah,
Censor.
good call.
All right. So you guys all rush into the building on the right or the left?
Yours.
What?
Yeah, the right.
All right, it's the one that Vex found. Okay, you guys all rush into that building with Percival's last one in there. As you hit
Weapons
the...
drawn in case there's something in there.
Okay, so
But also moving like zombies.
Okay.
And also,
Perfect. So as you guys all rush into the building, weapons ready, who's first in the building?
Me, maybe, because, we saw
Yeah,
it.
probably the two guys. Both of you guys roll
Vex on
perception as you enter the interior of the building.
Please be a fun party.
The undead that are clustering behind you are beginning to gather in a semicircle as soon as you hit the inside of the building, and they're kind of clustering at the door as you close it behind you.
20.
20?
24.
Okay. As you enter the inside, you look around and you can see what appears to be the remnants of a few tables, very simple tables that have been shattered and destroyed, just broken into ruin around the area. You see what appear to be blades, two left in the wall, one broken off in the center, that have just long rusted over time. You see what appear to be the signs of body, like blood, dark, dried blood circles in the ground, but no corpses, no bodies.
I'm going to use the broken tables and swords to barricade the front windows or holes. I'm not sure which they are, but I'm going to barricade them.
Okay.
The window holes and the door. Use the sword to jam the door shut.
Are there dark corners that anybody could be hiding in, or another room?
I mean, the room itself is pretty damn dark, with a little bit of light that comes in through the, like, one of the distant kind of broken elements of the wall. There's enough light where you can it's very dim light for you, Percy. Everyone else with dark vision, it seemed all right to make out the interior.
Cursory trap check, even though.
Okay,
seems
make an
unlikely.
investigation check.
19.
19? No traps from what you can gather at this juncture. But you do hear, as you close the door and begin barricading it with Percival, you hear the multitudes of bony claws, hands, and bits of armor slamming and brushing up against the outer wall that you just came through. The doors, like, as the undead have now kind of clustered and are trying to push their way in. They seem to have a scent.
Do we
We'll
have
keep the sensor near the door.
Yeah, I
Under
do a
the
little
door.
gust cantrip and like put a little bit of the sensor smoke under the door. Kind of
Okay. Okay.
I'm like an oscillating fan.
Druids get pretty cool at 18, guys. Just saying. Timeless body, oscillating fan. Best wild shape ability ever.
Where do you see the sprinkler system?
Well, one Vestra gets that. So as you're blowing the smoke of the sensor beneath the doorway, it lessens the impacts, but the undead, the more than a dozen or so of these, probably about 15 or 16 of them, have kind of spread out, and they're all kind of clustered at that side. The little bit of the fumes that you can push beneath the doorway are only reaching a handful, and it's keeping them from the main door at the moment.
Can we see outside at all? Is there a peephole or anything?
There are no windows at the front of this building. You see a sliver where it looks like a portion of the wall suffered some sort of an axe or hatchet impact a long time ago, and someone tried to pull their way through. It's maybe about that wide, and that's where the one source of light is coming through.
I'm gonna go over there. Oh. No. Don't do anything?
Well, I was going to say, what if we turned ourselves into something else and snuck out, and they would think that we're still in this building? Like anything that was tracking us.
I was gonna try to make a little diversion to draw them away from the door.
You guys hear a heavy impact on the roof above.
I'll do that. I'll do my thing.
And you hear what sounds like really heavy footfalls along the roof of the building.
I'm gonna look through the little sliver and I'm gonna cast.
Do you want to see what they're burning in the sensor?
Yes, I do. That's
had a
exactly what I
sudden
was
thought.
going to do.
I'm going to open up the sensor.
First,
Okay,
let me
hold on
check
just a second.
Yeah, go
Hold
ahead.
just a second.
I'm gonna cast Major Image and make a small little human girl in the middle of the street, crying, bleeding from the arm, and she looks disoriented and she's walking towards the other building that we spotted, just very sad and.
Steven Spielberg red dress, little girl. Yeah, no.
Okay. Okay. As you glance through and create this image, this image appears of this tiny, kind of saucer-eyed, kind of like a French poppet of a girl with a little dress. Her curls are kind of just mushed up. Yeah.
Appendix scar.
Shirley Temple.
Yeah, it's missing like one button eye. Basically. And she goes running off, kind of screaming and crying. You guys immediately hear the shift of the undead beyond the door, kind of, and begin getting fainter and fainter. As that happens, you also hear. Scanlan, you glance out and you watch the shadow of one of the Gloomstalkers flying overhead begin to swoop down and attack for the creature, the little girl.
Okay, she's gonna run. She's gonna book it into that other building to try to get away as fast as she can, and she can move super fast since she's not real.
This is true. This is actually very true.
She's like the fucking Flash.
There is a lady all in white. Hold me to a lullaby.
120 feet is all I can move her.
She's like
Yep.
sweeping as she's running towards the
Yeah. You can make her move with an action 120 feet. So the little girl goes from like to it just goes into a full sprint in a really creepy kind of ring style way, like across. That's for you, Travis. Across the way, and you watch as the Gloomstalker swoops up and slams into the side of the stone building, causing part of it to kind of crush inward and break. The roof kind of partially has to settle, and it falls into itself as the creature kind of rights itself. You now have a much closer look at this entity, and it is just billowing black shadow like smoke off of it. You can see what look to be glimpses of some sort of physical form in there, but it's so blurry, it's almost like it's phasing between physical matter and dream. You're not sure what it's made from, but you can see what looks to be an elongated neck, some sort of a snapping jaw at the end, and two bright greenish yellow glowing beacons like eyes at the front of its face. Its wings don't have skin or flesh, it's just dark smoke, and as it flaps, it leaves these trails, these curling bits like black smoke.
How do we kill something?
Dragon size?
It's wyvern size. It's maybe about 20 feet from wingtip to wingtip.
Okay.
Is it anything that we've ever heard
Kitchen
about?
fan.
No, you have not encountered a creature like this before. But you watch as it glances, and at this proximity, Scanlan, you're the one who's getting the view of this. You watch wherever it looks, its eyes seem to emanate these like tiny cones of light, like little flashlights. And as it scans past the little girl, where the beam goes past, her body just is nothing there.
Shit.
Oh, like anti-magic.
Is there another door in this building?
There is on the backside. Yes,
is this
it's
a
it's
one-story?
partially covered by what looks to be debris, and it looks like somebody else barricaded the other side, but did not seem to cover both ends before they fell within this building.
We should go out the other exit door as fast as possible.
I'll take care of that barricade.
But quietly. We don't want him to know that we're getting out the other side.
I don't know if I can guarantee that.
What are you doing, Grog?
Moving shit out of the way of the door. In a,
Medium pace.
let's call it a medium well.
pace.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay.
You were a terrible stage mom, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Well,
She's gone.
she died.
Well, she's still there.
She got her equity
21.
card.
And that's what matters.
That's what matters.
She's still there, and you watch that the creature seems confused, like the eye beams kind of move past it, and the little girl's still there crying and still darting, around the area, and the creature's like, oh yeah, lands on the ground, and comes up and kind of like swipes and bites at her, and it kind of goes through her form, and you see it. You get the sense the creatures aren't super intelligent, but they are effective at seeing through certain glamours or.
They're going to know that we're not.
But is it
They know we're not.
still?
They know we're not.
Is it still
Only
after
been
her, or is it given up on that ghost?
It's in the process of giving up on that ghost right now.
Cat and a light flashlight.
We should.
We gotta go.
21. At this point, you watch as Grog just goes over with this giant mitts and pretty much single-handedly just shifts the entire pile over with one shove, exposing the door there before you.
Out the door.
You
Leave
open the
anything
doorway.
behind, like a dead body or something for them to eat?
What are we?
I don't know.
What dead body?
Well, he's got a ton of them in there.
Actually, yes. Throw a dead body in the room.
Who's laughing now, bitches? Dead body.
And like the world's most macabre flower girl, you produce one of the.
Yeah, I birthed from the bag of holding a dead body.
Ooh, and use dust of tracelessness as we run out the door, so they don't know, they don't follow
Who's
us.
giving the orders around here?
Me, please.
Okay.
So as you throw the body behind you, the door is now being kind of slammed a bit. It seems like some of the undead wander towards that illusion. Some are still on the other side, and now that you've pulled the sensor back from it, the other door's kind of being pushed in, and you can see light peeking through. You guys rush out, still with your seeming illusion on, and you hear very loudly, almost omnipresent, the screech of the Gloomstalker right around the corner from you as it begins to take off.
What are we doing?
Just on the other side of the building.
Some other buildings.
Should we look for another building we can duck into to like lose their, so you can't
Line
find
of
it?
sight, yeah.
Yeah.
we can just go hopefully
Building.
Okay.
We need
I want everyone to roll a stealth check, please.
Do we have our...
Do we still
You
have?
do. You're right on the. You're getting close to the tail end. You
Okay.
have about 5 minutes left.
Ooh,
of,
natural 20.
Me too.
Shit.
Thank God we still have a thing.
So natural 20.
21.
Did you add 10?
36.
All right.
39.
22, I mean. 22.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
22.
20.
Okay.
We did not roll well,
Yeah, but
we're fine.
So you all got above 20. That's good. Oh my God.
Needed about 40.
So you guys rush past and quick glance around. You just find one of the nearby buildings. It's a little more dilapidated, but it seems to have at least enough cover where you can all dive into the shadows and seemingly vanish. And you all stand there for a second. And you're super quiet, all breathing heavily. The sensor's still kind of billowing this awful, awful fume. It's just filling your nose. Your eyes are kind of watering instinctually from the presence. It stings just to get into your sinuses, but you're all enduring it and trying to be as quiet as possible.
Is there another door in this building that we can exit out?
Make a perception check.
I'm showing Keyleth what's inside the sensor.
Can I get that?
An uncensored
19.
19. It's hard to tell. It looks like where there may have been a door. A portion of the roof in here that is also kind of collapsed, and it looks like a giant, like siege stone about that big from a catapult was launched and just tore through the roof and just kind of shattered that side of the building.
Wow.
So the only way out is the same way you came in,
Fuck. Sucks.
unless you climb up and out. But as you open the sensor and look inside, it looks like there is this ember, this cluster of burning, dried herbs. You're not quite sure what it is or where it came from, but it's currently just glowing red in places. Most of it's been.
Give some of the herbs to Keyleth to examine. It's like on a charcoal. Sorry, I know. It was just...
No, it has a looks to be charcoal stones on the bottom clustered around, and
With
these
the
herbs are kind of
herbs on
placed over
top.
it, and it's just burning and smoldering over time.
Sure. So, can I tell what the herbs are?
Make a medicine check. No, this would be a nature check. Sorry.
Thank you. And I get is this something that I would get advantage on for my herb book?
Yes.
Oh,
Your herb book.
my herb book.
Ooh.
It sounds like that. 28.
Okay. I get to look this up.
Oh. Look it up. It's a real thing. Wow.
What? I could probably like just
It's called Wild's Guide.
Wild's Guide.
A wild guide.
It's a tobacco-like leaf that was used briefly.
It's an herb.
No, it was briefly used for just like recreational smoking and treatment of like small wounds, but it tended to have a very quick kind of disease sickening sense to it. Those who smoked it a lot tended to just get sick very quickly, and it went into disuse from there. And it's largely considered to be a relatively useless plant. There isn't a lot of medicinal quality to it, and it's kind of just something that exists in herbalism books as things to avoid.
Comes in green and red, available in the Resident Evil. Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the sense that whatever them using it for the sensor is probably not a widely known use for this type of plant.
You found a new use.
I did.
Can
And
you tell-
I like write it down and I press a flower and then, or I save some of it and then can I druid craft some more? Now that I know what it is.
From that cluster, I'd say, yeah, you can create a little bit more, but very little bit.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make as much as I can.
Okay. So you manage to, you spend some time there to focus on it, and from the remnants there, you can make about twice the amount than what was in the sensor. So you have probably a good, solid, kind of softball-sized cluster.
The resin's the best part.
Okay, I take half, put half back in the sensor, and then give half to Percy. Does anybody else want some? Actually, should we like dab ourselves with them? No, is that weird? Is that weird? Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's just
Really,
give it
after all
to
that,
Percy.
no dab joke? Anyway.
It's too classy for us.
I guess so.
Whatever the opposite of standards are, I know we have them.
Give some to Percy.
Yeah.
Anybody else
Yeah,
want
yeah.
some?
maybe.
All right, give some.
I don't have any way to make 5, but I'll take it.
Okay.
Definitely
right.
in my shirt now.
As you guys are doing this, you hear the...
I keep some.
And you hear the... It's hunting from building to building. Closer.
Wait till it
A
moves
little further
on.
away.
Moves on. Let's.
Is there a...
totally gone.
It's gone? Did it fly away?
Sounds like.
Sounds like it.
Should we leave?
Yes.
And go to another building?
Let's keep going.
Keep yeah, keep going.
Building to building toward the tower. Toward the tower.
I feel like it's not really gone.
Well, we'll find out.
Yep. Let's go.
Make a break for it.
Okay, who's going first? Okay. Vax, as you dart along the side, glancing up in the air, you can still see, and it looks like there is some communication, because where once there was maybe two, you can now see a lot of them have clustered close in your direction. There seems to be some sort of an overhead hunt.
Should I cast Pass Without a Trace on us again? Are we running out of time on it?
You're getting pretty close, yeah.
I'm gonna cast it again just so we don't.
Okay, so you cast Pass Without a Trace again.
And are we without a trace and dust of tracelessness? At this point? Or
just
that's
so
just
they,
a one-time.
Dust of
deal?
Traceless is just so that they can't
Can be tracked.
Can't be tracked. Thank you.
Yeah. So the second thing you've gathered, these creatures are not very intelligent, but they do have some sort of communication between them, and there apparently is a rush on their end to search for whatever was recently spotted. So as you guys make your way, following Vax's lead, down some of the alleyways and begin slithering through the back ways and the small side streets, kind of avoiding your first attempt to just walk straight through the center of the town.
It's crazy how that didn't work though. I mean, because it was a really smart plan.
It worked for a bit. Not every plan is going to hold you to the very end. There was some cleverness to it. So, you begin to move through these buildings before it would be Keyleth, Vex, and Vax. You guys come around one small alley and it opens up into another main road. And this road's hard to avoid. It seems to be almost a circular central road that marks kind of the outer and inner rings of Thar Emphala. But you see there, marking right across this road, a 15-foot tall wall that seems to just lock in the inner cloister of the town.
How thick does it appear to be?
Make a perception check.
Maybe we can go under it.
Can't go through it. That's no 17.
It's hard to tell from this perspective. You have to get a better glance. You have to find if there was a break in the wall anywhere. And you do see what looks to be some variation in texture a little ways to the right. It could be a gate, it could be a door, it could be an opening, it could just be some change in its rather solid, not very varied exterior.
You want to go to the gate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Why don't the half elves go real quick, just to stay small and quiet? No clanking, no crushing, and then you take a look at the wall, and then we just call everybody up in just 2 seconds if it's the way to go.
Is it far away? It's like 15 feet from us, you said?
Or is it farther than that?
It's probably about 60 feet down to the right of you guys.
To the right. And so the change in the wall is about 60 feet, but the wall from our hiding spot is how far away from us?
Across the way, it's about 30 feet from
30
you.
feet, okay.
It's only about 15 feet tall. It's not crazy, crazy big.
Go.
We'll just
I'll,
creep.
I'll see if I can discern something here.
Or you
A
come?
little bit better. No, you go. Go, go, go.
All right.
Okay.
Go check it out.
Okay.
Sure.
So the two of you can dart off to the side, following Keyleth's impression of where she saw this shift. And as you make your way along the edge, you glance over and you see two things. One, there does indeed appear to be a small cut doorway in the wall, maybe about 6 feet up, about 3 feet wide. That's designed for a single file passage of any creature that wishes to move through. It's open. There's no closed door there. Above it, just above it, at about 8 feet up, you see what appears to be a deep cerulean blue gemstone, about 2 feet across, that's embedded within the wall.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Just go through the
We'll be
hole.
rich.
We're good.
Yeah.
We found it.
Yeah.
So it's a big blue stone about that big around. It's just embedded in the
Okay,
wall.
let's
above
go
the
back
door.
to
I asked them how thick does the wall appear to be around that side.
Looking through the door, can we tell how deep
Uh,
now?
Take it, look.
Yeah, actually you can. It's about 3 feet wide, 4 feet wide.
Like the depth of the wall?
The depth of the wall, yeah.
Vex, I
It's
bet
like a
if you
big,
go
heavy
real
wall.
fast, you could totally make it.
Good idea, Grog. I will definitely try it.
I can
You-
try and stone shape through it.
You
through
two
our own path.
recognize, at least, there's something very familiar about that stone embedded in the wall. It's definitely blue. It's very similar in size, installation, and functional placement as the threshold crests that adorn the exterior of Singorn.
Oh, which are definitely used, to teleport
The
things?
ones that are used to transport
The whole
Singorn to the
city
Feywild.
that we saw in the
back.
Feywild. Oh, weird. Oh no.
Oh my god, if the ritual finishes, they can teleport
bring
this
The whole
fucking
city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit. We have to stop this.
What if we dismantle the gems?
Probably have to dismantle a bunch of them.
Maybe.
Dismantling that's pretty tough.
I feel like it'd be easier to wreck the operator than try and break the machine.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, we've got a guy who crushes rocks all the time. Right?
Yeah, but I don't think it's safe to touch those
And the
things.
moment he makes a ruckus, the air squad is coming down
Yeah,
on our location immediately.
Everybody
Didn't
coming.
we take some of that crystal? Didn't we take some of that?
Which crystal?
Didn't
From
we
the
take shards of
threshold?
it from the thresholds in Singorn?
I don't remember. I don't have any in my
I
pack.
feel like we, because
the
one of
Feywild.
them shattered, and I feel like we took some.
Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yeah, the shards of blue crystal.
Yeah.
That's
One
it.
head or something?
I
Or?
don't know. Just maybe it's useful in this case.
It's just not pretty. It's all broken.
One question is, if these stones are used to pull this tower into the main realms, is there another purpose to them here, or is that doorway safe, is what I'm wondering?
No, that doorway's no way safe.
Where was the gem embedded in the
About
doorway?
8 feet up, about
no way
2
that's
feet
safe.
above the doorway.
I mean, I feel like we should go through the wall or over it just on
We
principle.
can go over it. We do have a magic carpet.
Yeah, and all the flying creatures are going to see us immediately. We either go under the wall. How far from the wall to the tower is it? Does it seem?
Probably,
Can we see the tower through the doorway?
you can see across, and it's not a straight shot, but you can get low and you can see like where it breaks off the horizon. Since you have a good sense of direction, being the ranger, I'd say you know it's at least under a mile.
Okay. A mile to the tower, so it's like probably 2 miles wide, this whole.
Yeah, probably less.
Okay.
Like it's hard to pinpoint directly from what little bit you can see, but it's definitely like within a mile to a half mile of that door, that wall.
Okay.
Kiki, would you be able to great escape us underneath this wall?
That's what I'm thinking. What if we go under the ground all the way to the tower?
Is it unworked stone? What's the ground like?
The ground is unworked stone. It is just broken dirt and earth and stone, from what you gathered at the very least. A heavy layer of dust.
I could attempt to tunnel us there. Percy, I'm sure you would know more than anyone. What's the likelihood that we might encounter, that I might bust through a dungeon or something, though, under there?
That will be the question is, A, where do we come up? B, how do we tunnel without collapsing a building on us? And C, what if there's buried dead that haven't been able to break?
I can get us under the wall for sure. I can do both. I can do both.
We can
It's
get,
just figuring out what we want to do.
If we can tunnel under the wall and then come up in a building.
I think so.
Yeah, let's get.
Not try to get all the way there, just past this.
Okay, can I stone shape like a
From within a building.
crawl space through the wall?
Yeah, you could probably do that.
Okay.
Look at the stone shape spell here.
Big enough for at least Grog to like marine belly through.
Well, we're all undead, so I'm a little smaller right now, actually.
It's just,
Well, you look smaller.
you look smaller than you want. You're still.
You're still.
It would just be like a little zombie floating.
Can we be zombie cows?
Stone shape. It's instantaneous, and it's a section no more than 5 feet in any dimension.
Oh dear.
So stone shape would be just a one-hit boom. You could not create a long tunnel.
But I can't carve a shape through the wall to just carve through 5 feet?
Oh, through the actual wall itself?
Yeah, through the wall, not under the ground. I want to bust a crawl space through the bottom of the wall.
Don't you think the
Yeah,
flying guys will
that
notice
could work.
that?
Be quiet when she
So you want to do that?
I can be. It's not like a dynamite blast. It's like a.
Okay.
It's just a hole in the wall.
Yep.
It's a hole in the wall.
Okay,
Yeah, it's like
so-
butter. So.
Okay, so you dart across the open road to the other side where the
Cover for
wall
me.
is.
How do we do that?
We are stealthed and we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I? Oh shit! Well, you already rolled. Can I have been keeping an eye out on the sky and like give her a go ahead when it looks like they're not gonna see her?
You begin to do so as she runs across the road.
What? Just go. Just fucking. Okay.
You hear the distant kind of shrieks, communication between the various Gloomstalkers, that echoing in the sky. You make it all the way across the wall and kind of get low, focus, close your eyes, press your hand. There you go. Press your hand against the cold, dark wall and feel it as immediately you carve a kind of circular tunnel through that goes completely to the other side, seemingly to no negative effect.
Great.
Seemingly to no negative effect, I've made a tunnel.
You sound different. Why are you using these weird words? Oh,
I'm trying to be more pragmatic.
let's go.
Hey guys, we didn't eat a hero's feast yet either.
Shit, we didn't heal ourselves.
No, we didn't.
We're gonna get through the wall.
Let's get through the wall. Then we'll do it.
Going across the street through the wall.
Okay.
Make that sound.
We're idiots.
Rubble, rubble, rubble.
He is looking at each
I
one of
know.
us
He's
and
making
rolling.
eye contact and rolling a die like it
Yeah,
means
I'm
something.
not gonna look at it.
Keeping
I don't
track.
wanna look at him. I can't look at him.
If I don't look, you can't kill me.
I know. If you don't make eye contact.
It's like in
All
school,
right.
if you don't make eye contact with them, they won't say they will.
Yeah, it's the Warner Brothers rule. So, as you guys all one by one dart across and leap beneath the tunnel that Keyleth had created. Keyleth, have you gone through the tunnel, or are you waiting? Are you kind of seeing everyone else through?
I'll wait and see everyone else through, just in case.
Oh, how generous of you.
Okay.
Yeah. We all are dead.
You all begin just darting through one after another.
I'm gonna
and
try and
Keyleth,
keep a lookout.
You
Guard,
glance
guard,
up
guard.
as the very tail end of it. You have Scanlan and Pike at the very end, ready to rush through the tunnel, because the gnomish feet. They both get there as you glance up and watch as one of the Gloomstalkers and goes into a full screeching dive towards you at the hall, at the outside of the wall. What are you guys doing?
just
Hurrying.
jumping through as fast as our little gnome feet can take us.
Okay.
Go, 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 go,
So,
go, 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 go.
Pike, you dart through. Scaling, you dart through. The size of the tunnel is easy enough for the both of you to kind of just run through while crouching, as opposed to having to get on your hands and,
Close the
and
wall,
knees.
close the wall.
So you guys start making your way through to the side. Pike, you make it out the other side. Scaling, you're halfway through. Keyleth, you're still there, ready to go in after as it's about to bear down on you.
It's not coming up. It's not gonna.
Oh no, it's
out
going
of
for a
time.
straight dive. It's
going
going
for a
right for
straight
you.
dive. Oh God! Am I trying to do anything like but get through?
You're running. Come on.
She has to duck down.
I don't know. I've got to crawl through.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
do you
know
have a
if I can do
protection? Do
it.
you have something you can turn into to like?
Oh yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna see it and immediately B shape into like a little mouse and through.
Okay, I want you to roll an initiative roll, because this is going to see whether or not it gets to you in time.
Am I rolling too since I'm still half out?
Well, you're halfway in the tunnel. It couldn't fit in the tunnel if it wanted to.
But I mean, am I watching this?
You're watching this.
I'm gonna roll.
Good.
as well.
That's good. That's good.
Also, I'm going to say that I didn't leave
18.
the other side of the wall when I realized that she wasn't coming through. So waiting right in front of Scanlan.
Okay,
2 for me.
okay. Natural 19 plus 3.
Ooh.
So, as you shift down into the tiny mouse-like form, its claws just immediately slam into and sink into the mouse body.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, that's a 23 to hit.
yeah. Immediately
Misses.
poof.
Well, how much hit points does your mouse form have? Like 1?
24.
I'm assuming no more than a kitten's worth.
Right. So yeah. So we'll say for the purposes 1. So that would be 16 points of piercing damage. So your form immediately reverts. Its claws now fills with your regular Keyleth form. You take 15 points of piercing damage, Keyleth, and you are grappled.
Cool story. Cool.
As soon as it grabs you, it begins to pull you out of the tunnel and lift with you in its claws.
Can I grab her
You're
arms?
on the other side of the wall. Scalen's on the other side right now.
It's just me.
I'm 3 feet away from you.
Yeah, but he's
You're
in
on-
front of you, so.
Sure.
Yeah. So everyone else on the other side of the wall. Scalen's in the
Sure, I
middle,
saw it, though.
and Keyleth's in the front. You saw it shriek and dive down. You don't know what happened from that point. You can glance down and you just watch as Keyleth is being
That's what I
pulled
mean.
up. So you see that happening. Scanlan, what are you doing?
All right, I'll yell to the rest. It's got Keyleth, and then I'll cast Dominate Monster on it, I guess.
Okay.
That's
So what's the spell DC on that?
Well, I don't know if I was probably not fast enough to pull up my horn,
Nope.
so 20.
It's a natural 4 plus 3.
Yeah!
So, as you say that and turn around, you bring your hand up and begin muttering the incantation and finish it with a flourish. And
I could have just done that this whole time.
as you finish the incantation, you watch as a small ring of glowing purple pink glyphs kind of appear like a crown around the outside, floating about 3 inches
so cute.
from the exterior of the Gloomstalker's head. And its shriek goes, "Ow!" And it's just there, hovering in the air, about 10 feet up, clutching Keyleth.
All right. Please deposit her on the other side
Slowly.
of the wall.
As you guys watch as the Gloomstalker just over the wall and lands on the ground, slamming Keyleth. It slams you into the ground as it lands. You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, well.
As it just kind of.
I don't speak gloom.
5 points.
But it, yes, you just kind of wham! It kind of almost knocks the wind out of you, and you kind of slam into the hard ground. But the claws kind of unfurl and leave you.
I made it, guys.
I'm glad you made it. We have this thing, folks.
Only 59 more minutes.
Maybe he can tell the others to leave us
Yeah, to
alone.
leave us alone.
For sure.
Yeah, call them off.
All right.
Or maybe it's that it's on the other side of the wall where we're dead.
Does he keep re-rolling to break me, or no? It's just, that's it.
Tell
get him for an hour.
it's handled. We're dead.
Hold on.
And then we can write him in here. Everything's
We're dead, right? It's fine. It's fine.
Also
We're
ask him
dead.
if he has any
How are
money
you?
and ask him if he can make a good dinner because I'm
And
hungry.
Does he have any
where's
hope
the nearest
streams?
7-Eleven?
And ask him.
Now, each time the target takes
Slurpees,
damage,
bro.
it has to take damage to get the save again. So it's
anything
just
he needs.
under your control for an hour until it takes damage.
All right. First things first. Please go tell your fellow gloomy friends that the hunt is off. No more flesh down here.
Disappeared.
And come back.
And you can see now as it's landed, its giant wings have kind of folded under into these kind of like folded knuckle-like claws that hit the ground as it kind of. And it gets really close and kind of snarls at you. And as it gets close, the air gets colder in its presence. It's almost like it brings this drop. And it's already pretty cold here in the Shadowfell, but it becomes pretty much freezing as soon as it gets within maybe 5 feet of you. It seems to just suck heat out of the air as it's kind of glaring at you. It begins to take up, and you can now see 3 other Gloomstalkers who saw it dive earlier are on like arriving towards your location. As it rides up towards them, you hear and the other ones kind of snap at it and circle it, and they all kind of have this what looks like almost an argument if there was. And then eventually they break and they begin shouting off. And you watch as the heavy clusters that have been kind of swarming this area of the town begin to respond in kind. You hear the echoes, the cacophony of various screeches and screams, and they all begin to slowly dissipate and diffuse amongst the entire city of Syrinscape.
Well, that went well.
Good job, Scanlan.
Welcome back, Scanlan Shorthall.
Thanks, Scanlan.
It's good to be back. Okay, we'll need a name for him, obviously.
Yes.
So, anybody got any ideas?
Benjamin is what I'm
Benjamin's
thinking.
great.
Oh, yes. Mr. Mistopheles.
Maybe
Even better.
Can we ride him to the tower?
Well, some of us can, right? By looking at him, does it seem like how much can he carry? Or she?
You're not certain. Based on its size, it could maybe carry 3 medium to small people.
Okay, well that
What's
helps.
around us right now?
Sorry,
Okay.
what's around us right
So,
now?
as you glance around the other side of the wall, the city is denser within this inner cloister, and the buildings all seem to be newer or repaired. It seems like this kind of inner sanctum of Syrinscape has garnished most of the attention of those that currently reside within its space. And as you are glancing up to, you see the flicker, like the faint flicker of the conjoining strands of magical energy that are rising up to the pinnacle of the Tower of Entrophis, where you see kind of like these 3 heavy claw-like fingers that jut out of the top of the tower, all kind of curve inward, and when the flash is in the center of it, it's just glowing brighter.
Oh, shit.
And brighter.
getting
That
brighter?
that pulsing is like.
Oh, fuck.
It's almost like seeing this heartbeat of pure energy that's just swelling and swelling.
I don't think we have time to stop.
Well, we can, so no more healing. But we could fly right up there and break it, that thing.
Or we could head towards the tower and
Do we
tell
really
him
know
to go
what
up
to do
there
together
and just
healing?
cause damage.
Break it, that thing.
I mean, Pike can,
Really? Yeah,
Pike can heal us,
Why
but we
did you
can't
say-
rest. There's no time for
No
rest.
time for rest.
No
Oh,
time
oh,
for a
that's-
hero's
yeah.
feast. I bought this fucking chalices.
Next time.
It might still be useful.
How long does this hero's feast take?
Like an hour or something.
Yeah.
Will hardly matter.
We can't just take like an hour.
That's
I think that thing is like
I
gonna
mean,
go.
once
up
maybe
to
we
you
get
guys.
inside.
It's a gradual. It's not like all of a sudden right now you watched it pulse.
We only
like
have,
as you've
we
been
only have,
getting towards
Mr.
you watched it
Mistopheles
just
for an hour.
slowly swell. So who knows?
Some of us could get on Mr. Mistopheles and fly around the tower and see if there's a window that we could bust in or something.
I wonder if Delilah is like on the top of the tower.
Yeah, but we'll be on a thing, so maybe we won't be very
Won't notice.
conspicuous.
Actually, maybe if we ask Mr. Mistopheles, I'm going to never get tired of saying that, to just go up to the tower, greet whoever's up there, and then throw them off.
Well, but it's just a pulsing orb of doom, isn't it?
No, there might be people by the Orb of Doom. There might
Just
be
go
things
up
on
there
top of
and
the
cause
tower,
havoc.
right?
Oh, that's a good idea.
One of us needs to
Possible.
see what's up there.
I mean, no, we can just send him up there, and then we can head in through
Oh,
the
that's
town.
true.
He can just be a
He can just
problem.
report it.
Just go up there.
I don't
and
know
cause
how he's dumb. What if he comes back? He's like, oh.
Well, you can just say go up there. If there's anything living up there, throw it off.
Can one of us go up there with him to just kind of
Alone?
scout it out?
Yeah.
Yeah, if someone's invisible, can't you all be invisible?
Yes, of
Anybody?
course.
Just me.
Yes,
Shit.
just you.
Can't you make all of us invisible?
Not while I'm concentrating on Mr. Mistopheles.
I say we head in closer on foot. If you want to ride Mr. Mistopheles up to the top of the tower, that's one thing. But I think just sending him up there, or sending him to just be an agent of chaos.
I could probably ride him, and if shit goes south, I could get away.
You could always get swallowed.
Yeah.
By Mr. Mistopheles.
I get the distinct impression we're going to have options before this day is over.
Maybe we have to do. I feel like we're gonna have to do a lot of things to stop this and thwart this.
We need to get into the tower. We don't even know how to do that.
We don't know what we're talking about, which is why I think the idea to go scope it out is a good one.
Does it look like there's any windows on the tower, or is it just like a big old Rapunzel tower?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, hold on. 19.
19, still pretty good. Not a single window.
No windows.
It is a solid tower.
Are there any
Solid tower.
doors? No windows and no doors.
You can't tell from your perspective right now. The base is currently obscured by the very, very dense buildings.
Ultimate challenge.
Should
for
we
Vox
like,
Machina.
should we check one of the buildings and then we can figure out who wants to go check it out so we can like get out of the open?
Yeah, let's get in a building and hide.
Because he's a cleaner.
And the tower, like, is it obscured by all this shit happening on top of it? But like, Vex can see there's no windows. Can we see if there's like a rooftop to it at all? Or
I mean, there is a top to the tower, but it's.
But is it this? Is it this? Or can we not see?
The tower gently tapers and then comes to an end. There is a top.
Okay.
And then you see there's 3 giant curled finger-like black spires that kind of curl inward on 3
like,
different
the
places
outside
from the
of the-
outside inward. And then there's the platform where the tower stops, where it seems like there would be kind of a
Somewhere to stand.
Somewhere to stand.
And then the thing that's glowing is like off of the ground of the tower, and it's like.
It's filling up the entirety of that space between the fingers on the actual roof of the tower.
What if it has to
Rogue
keep
One.
expanding all the way to
Just
the
gotta
crystals?
find the one computer.
We gotta find the one hole in the star.
Yeah.
Jeff Goldblum.
All right, what's the nearest building? Is there like one building that's closest to where we came through the tunnel?
Yeah, you guys are about 10 feet from the nearest building.
Can I walk over? Are there any windows?
This building does not have any windows.
Is there a door?
It does.
Can I knock?
You watch as an older gentleman with like a very thin kind of gray goatee, looks a little sallow, missing his left eye. He currently has like a small sack over his shoulder, and he kind of opens the door.
Hey, come here! And I just grab his face.
Inside.
We just go in. Push it.
We're going in now, aren't we?
Let's go.
And we're walking, and we're walking.
I'll tell Mr. Mistopheles to do like a 90-second loop and come back down and check in on us because he can't fit in the door, I guess.
No.
Yeah. Why don't you just fly around 90 seconds and then swoop back down?
Just kind of does a small circle as you guys all rush into the building. You enter the inside. You see what looks to be a lot of building materials. It looks like some of the older buildings here were probably used as the storage facilities for what a lot of the city was rebuilt as. And there's nobody else inside right now. This gentleman looks like he was on his way out of the building as you interrupted him. And as he's now, most of his head is just completely clasped by your giant Goliath Titanstone knuckle adorned hand. You just see like a little bit of his eyes peeking over Gog's mouth. He's just like, you can see he's got like the heavy male pattern. It looks kind of like the D&D dungeon master from the cartoon. He's like got bald on top and this long gray hair that kind of goes past his shoulders. He's very, very thin, just missing the left eye, and he's just like just limp. He's like, he's not even gonna fight it.
Nice.
Oh, hey. We're sent here by Delilah Briarwood. You may know her. Right. Yeah, the ritual that's happening on top of the tower. How long until that thing's done? Blink once for 15 minutes. Blink twice for an hour or more.
3 times
Maybe-
for a bunch of days.
Maybe he doesn't know?
Yeah. Do you know? Blink once for yes.
Wait.
Twice for no.
Wink, technically, only with one
He
eye.
doesn't.
15
fucking
minutes.
know.
No, that was once from
no,
15 minutes.
No, that was an hour at least.
I thought he blinked before. So are we in an hour and 15 minutes?
I don't think you can call it a blink if you've got one eye. I think it's just a wink no matter what he does.
That's a good point. Man, semantics.
Because I have this.
You get the sense that as you say that, it does hurt him a little. His demeanor Well, already pretty shattered, just even further kind of.
Does he have any pouches on him or anything in his hands? He's just.
Nothing in the sense he had like a small sack over his shoulder that he was like leaving with, and he's just adorned in regular like.
Is the sack on the ground now? Or is it still over his shoulder?
No, it's currently on the ground. Actually, he like dropped it as soon as you just rushed and pushed him in.
I take the satchel, I give it to Puck, and say, "Look in here."
Okay. You glance inside, and like as soon as you grab it, you hear the clanging of metal, and you look inside, and you can see what appear to be a handful of dark metal short swords, daggers, what appear to be some simple dried rations. And in fact, if you glance around the side of the room now, you can see a lot of the supplies here, aside from construction supplies, you see a handful of weapons that are just kind of well-made, recent-made, not seen battle yet.
They're about to move. They're about to invade.
Burn the fucking city down.
I mean, sure. What?
Where'd that come from?
I mean, if they're planning on transporting this whole fucking city and setting an army loose on our world, why don't we just burn the whole fucking city down? Destroy their rations, destroy their weapons.
I'm excited by this plan. I think it's a good plan.
Wait, what? No, it's not. It's a terrible.
Let's burn down Manhattan. How do you do that?
Shall we ask this gentleman some
We start a big
questions?
fucking fire.
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna remove my hand. Obviously, you're like really cool with the perspective of dying, and I will like quicken that if you make a loud noise. Right? Like, have you ever seen like Jello mixed with like apple pudding? That's what I'll do to your head.
Make an intimidation check.
And an intelligence check for Jello.
Arnold Palmer.
I did.
Universal.
Arnold Palmer.
Arnold Palmer?
Never did.
Black velvet, depending on where you are.
Was it?
22.
22.
Nice.
He doesn't make a sound more than the gentle triggle out of his pant leg does.
I think that's a yes.
Grabbed like the scruff of his collar.
Okay. As you release, you kind of, and you can see his teeth are broken and yellowed. His one kind of gaping socket is kind of just twitching a little bit from just the recovery of the sudden, rapid series of events that he was not expecting today. As he kind of gathers his breath and kind of scratches the side of his leg. So, what do you wish to do to me?
Nothing. We gotta hurry.
I know, yeah. No, really, do you know anything about the ritual?
I mean, not the specifics.
Do you know if it's gonna be over soon?
I know that some of the acolytes were rushing through, expediting things recently.
Expediting things. Why? What did they say?
I don't know.
Did
Why-
they tell you to gather weapons?
They just told us to be ready.
For what? What's the plan here, man? You're really far away from anything fucking nice.
You watch him kind of close off as you start saying that, and he kind of catches himself saying too much information. Kind of his demeanor goes cold.
Please, we know you're gonna transport to another plane.
You're trying to bail, aren't you? Are you trying to run?
Just join the fight.
Oh my god, he was gonna leave.
Well, he's clearly clamming up. I put my hand back over the front of his face, and I take the other one and I put it on the back of his face,
Fun's over.
and I start making my fingers touch.
He reaches up and like just grabs the small symbol, the familiar loop with the fork above it, and kind of just clasps it in his hand and doesn't resist.
Oh.
No?
I thought he was gonna do something.
Do you want it?
Yeah. Put him a little lower, Grog. I'm gonna rip off the necklace.
He's like clasping it in his hand. Make a strength check. Drop it.
Drop it! Got them gauntlets.
God, we're so terrible.
Are we?
We are not allowing him to sacrifice his soul.
Natural 20.
He's clasping it, and you can see him like his one eye kind of rolls back to kind of hold on to it, and he's kind of muttering a prayer beneath your fingers. He's like, and you tear it from his grasp. It's like,
We'll give it back. You just gotta answer some questions for us.
No, we won't. Look away if you want to preserve anything, and I just squish his head.
Oh!
As you're saying that, you watch his one eye open, and his hands go limp, and then you're just just spray on Pike.
Dude, I thought you were giving me the signal, like end it, like.
No, I was gonna. Whatever.
All right. We'll work on it.
We'll find
I'm sorry.
another one. It's
Hard to
okay.
do
Yeah, it's just really. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
brains.
Pike got dragon edged.
Yeah.
Is there like a water bucket around?
Make an investigation check.
Wow.
So, but set fire to the house, right? Burn the whole city down.
Oh!
Sadly,
Eleven.
the city is mostly stone. I don't know if we can burn it.
As
down.
having this
We can-
conversation,
we can-
you do find a small basin
do some
that
damage.
is filled with water. The people that live in the city still need to live, and it looks like there are means of feeding and drinking, though you get the sense that they may or may not, most of those supplies seem to come from outside of the Shadowfell.
Let's poison the water
I,
supply.
I take a little bit of the water and kind of like control it and like let Pike wash off a little bit.
Okay.
Thanks. I think I got a little in my mouth.
Wait, there's a little bit of skull right there. All right.
That's the
sorry.
little chunk where the joint is. It's just this little bit. It just
brain
breaks
matter?
naturally if you put pressure on
There's just
either
this
side.
this slumped pile of dark cloth, thin body, and Riccio mess just there on the ground.
Wow, way to bring that back.
So, what's the
Okay.
plan, guys?
We've got a little shadow creature coming back around in a moment.
I mean,
Should we,
what do we?
Want to jump on and do a scouting pass?
We'll
Wanna
head
heal
towards the
up before
tower.
we
Yeah,
get
should we
closer to the
heal?
tower?
You guys do the
Yes.
scout. We'll heal.
Guys, are we not gonna do a hero's feast?
I
You
mean,
can't.
it's an hour. It takes an
Can't.
hour, right?
Can't risk it.
It's an hour.
What do you think's going to happen in an hour? Everything's going to kick off in an hour.
Wouldn't you hate to miss it by 15 minutes?
I mean, has the pulse has gotten stronger since we've been here? I don't know if that pulse means it's about to go, or if the pulse means that
This
then
guy was
5
about to
minutes
leave
in.
his house to go walk over there for the final part of the ritual.
All right, where's your
Or
pet?
he was trying to bail before the final part of the ritual.
I think he was in.
Where's your pet? Let's go find some shit
He
out.
had
All right.
rations. No one takes rations.
He had a whole bunch of. No, I
think he was working out here.
He was like handing out weapons.
It was
and
like
rations.
carpentry of the damned sort of thing.
Yeah.
What if the giant orb has to reach the crystals?
It might, but it might just do the and then reach the crystals.
Technical terms.
Yeah.
It's
So
magic.
who's-
It's the
who's
best I've
going
got.
up? Who's going up?
Me
Boys.
And, me
We're
and
riding.
All three of you?
I'm not going up.
Oh,
no.
just you two. Okay.
How's
riding
everybody,
Mr.
how's everybody
Mistopheles?
doing
I'm
right now?
a little rough.
do a quick heal.
Yeah,
I
let
could
me
use
do.
20 points.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
I could use 20 points or so.
Let's do a little mass cure wounds situation.
I need-
Do it.
But do it with a flair.
Oh, fudge.
Flare.
What? Oh, that's a 1, not a 7, isn't it?
13.
Bummer.
That's fine.
That'll
That
do.
helps.
Fine, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll taste it.
If we're taking a short rest, I can add my
Are you guys taking a short rest?
Well, while they fly up, is it enough time for the people staying in the house to heal a little bit?
You guys can take a short rest if you wanted to during that time, if you wanted to do a full scoping. By the time you come back, that spell's about to fade.
I mean, yeah, we're going to go as fast as
Make
we
sure you bring
can.
it back in the time.
So those that are
some
traveling
water.
can't take a short rest.
Yeah, that's fine.
And if that fades, he's
13?
fully aware that he was dominated, right?
Well,
But he's not super smart.
you don't know.
Okay.
was that 13
No,
points?
especially
It was
me.
13
I assume.
points.
Yeah, you
For
especially
taking a
don't
short
know.
rest, we took some hit dice.
I don't know.
Time's a wasting, Scan. Let's go.
Let's go. Mr. Mistopheles.
As you open the door, they're kind of just landing.
Burn my heal, and that'll bring me to full points.
You guys
go.
climb onto its back?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you climb onto its back. Touching this creature is like touching the inside of a freezer. Even with gauntleted hands, you have to kind of wrap some of your cloth around and not give yourself frostbite over a period of time. Even resting on it, especially with your leather armors, it chills you to the bone. And as you take up, and even just maybe 10, 15 minutes into just up into the air, kind of, gathering as to whether or not you'll be noticed or spotted by this. You can feel it beginning to chill. Your teeth are beginning to chatter just from being in that proximity of the freezing cold creature. And it's strange because as you touch it, it feels less like fur and flesh and more like you're grabbing onto a very, very thick sackcloth. Like it tugs and pulls, and it feels almost like the scruff of a cat or dog's neck. But it has a clothy texture, and as you grab it, you can feel like the cold wisps of shadow and darkness obscure your hands. You feel like you're plunging your arms into it, but you find purchase within that shadow and hold on.
We'll need a spoon for warmth.
I nestle in behind Scanlan.
I gladly accept.
Let's ride.
All right. So, as you guys take up into the sky, and you guys are taking your short rest, we're going to take a quick break on our end as well.
Okay.
Use the restroom, get a snack.
We're taking a break?
We're taking a break here
Oh.
because it is 8:30.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's fine. We're having
We are going to do another giveaway at the break here. Another Wormwood giveaway, a fantastic Flamebox Elder Hero Vault, which, by the way, is like some of the prettiest wood that they make.
Maybe the prettiest Wormwood box ever.
It's-
How come we didn't ever see those before? Is that a new wood?
I don't know, but it's cool.
Brand new wood.
All of that
Flamebox Elder
bullshit.
Hero Vault. Forever the lucky winner is to be a part of that drawing. Rush over to Twitch chat, and tonight's password is secrets, plural, SECRETS. So when you're prompted, enter the word secrets in Twitch chat to be part of this giveaway, and we'll come back and announce who it is after the break. We will see you guys here in a few minutes.
This week was packed full of awesome sciencey goodness over at Nerdist, Geek and Sundry, and Alpha. So let's see what you missed. It's Science Week over at Nerdist, so Kyle Hill has been reminiscing his shorter-haired days by sharing all of his favorite science-filled posts and Because Science episodes from his time here at Nerdist, including his newest, supersized episode which breaks down the life cycle of every xenomorph in every Alien film. Yes, even Alien vs. Predator. What is all this Because Science commemoration for? To celebrate the release of Kyle's new show on Alpha, The Space Program. Join Kyle aboard the Nitpicker as he explores the real science behind your favorite fictional planets. It's out now on Alpha, so what are you waiting for? New subscribers use the promo code SHIPMATES by June 30th and you'll get 60 days free. Sweet.
Oh, darn it, AI.
And speaking of fictional planets, Season 2 of Vast, the epic space RPG from Jackson Lansing, is available now over on Alpha. But if you haven't picked up an Alpha subscription yet, you can also check out the rebroadcast of Season 1, airing Mondays at 7 p.m. PDT over on Geek and Sundry's Twitch channel. This week's Signal Boost features Geek and Sundry Editor-in-Chief Rob Manuel. Rob is boosting his favorite alternate reality games, the BBC series Connections, as well as two very awesome charities, Take This and Able Gamers. Check it out and learn how you can be involved. If you missed any of the first season of Escape, the star-packed escape room show, have no fear. All 9 episodes of Season 1 are available now on Alpha and the Geek and Sundry YouTube channel. Perfect for weekend binge watching. You're welcome. Haven't caught up on The Princess Bride yet? Inconceivable! Now is your last chance. The Alpha Book Club will be wrapping up the beloved romantic comedy fantasy with a very special guest, Carrie Elwes, next week. So get ready to discuss it all with Rachel, Hector, and Maude over on Alpha. Over on the spookiest corner of the Nerdist set, look out for the latest episode of Bizarre States, where Jessica Chobot and Andrew Bowser talk about all things paranormal. This week, they're going to tell you about the long-lost brain of a saint that was found in a teapot. Ooh! Have you ever dreamt of sitting down at a table with some of the greatest comic book kings and queens like Gail Simone, Scott McCloud, or Marv Wolfman? A round table, perhaps? Well, lucky you, because Season 2 of Round Table is coming very soon to Alpha. And if you missed the first season, look forward to watching the live rebroadcast over on Geek and Sundry's Twitch channel. Hopefully, all of that is enough to satisfy your FOMO. Thank you for watching Nerdist, Geek and Sundry, and Alpha. See you next week!
everyone. I'm Erika Ishii, and I'm here at E3 2017 to give out blue ribbons for the first annual E3 Geek and Sundry Awards. Woo! Best cosplay! Spot on Mario! OMG Award! Best E3 food! Best E3 friends! Shortest line! Most crowded! Worst cosplay!
What?
Terrible laser corn!
It's not my fault the box said laser corn orange on the hair dye and lied to me.
Best couple!
I actually have a Bandicoot girlfriend. I'm sorry.
Cutest throuple! And newest co-host!
I did it.
Yay!
Here, look, there you go.
It's on! Well, thank you for joining us for the first annual E3 Geek and Sundry Awards.
Yep, make sure to tune in to Game Engine Tuesdays at 4 for all the hardest hitting gaming news.
Bye, everybody!
everyone, and welcome back to Critical Role.
Timing is bad.
Wow.
We missed you too, guys.
Oh my god.
I forget, and then I remember to do it. And then we're already on the air.
Indeed, we are. Welcome back, everybody. First off, our winner of the hero case from our friends at Wormwood is Rory1177. Rory1177, you are the winner for tonight. Congratulations.
Way to go, Rory!
Denobo will contact you and get your information and have that shipped off to you ASAP. So congratulations. All right. So, as the rest of you are taking a short rest, the two of you are making your way as stealthily as you can on the back of a Gloomstalker as it encircles the exterior of the castle Entropis. First off, I would like you both to make a stealth check.
I squeeze the gnome tighter.
Oh God, I think you're without range,
you are
so you
without.
don't get that plus 10 anymore.
That's okay-ish.
21.
You have advantage though on everything.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, he's fine.
34.
3 million.
34.
Hello,
Infinity.
34.
Okay. So, you guys begin to circle the exterior of the tower, kind of making a wide spiral along its exterior. And you make your way up. It's hard to tell or gauge the full height of this tower, but it's at least 6 or 7 stories tall, if not taller. I want you both to make perception checks, please.
And now that we're closer, looking for windows that she might not have been close enough to see, doors, holes, anything.
Perception check, please.
Yes, sir.
Natural 1. Whoa. Well, I'm under his body.
Yeah. He is curled up within Vex.
Hey!
Not even a top or bottom circumstance. You're actually just within.
It really just depends on the day.
Yeah.
26.
26, okay. No windows. It is a solid tower, completely around as you cycle around. As you get towards the top of it, you notice the 3 curved finger-like spires that curl up at the top and the pulsing of the energy. You watch as these very faint tendrils of magical energy that you've now kind of tuned in to be able to see better now that you know what to look for, are all from this height. You can see the long strands are kind of undulating and shifting, almost like the very winds of the land are almost causing them to rotate, and you can see the variations in their form, but they're all still merging and entwining at the very top of Entropis. You see nothing. You can see what appear to be a cluster of about 30 or so figures all gathered along the top of this.
We can take him down.
You can see what appear to be 3 glowing spheres in a triangular pattern around this that are accepting the tether of the magical energy and then suffusing what appears to be a small altar of some kind in the very center of the top of this tower.
Mother bitch.
You've been circling here for about 15, 20 minutes or so. And the energy
What?
untethers and unfurls. There's a shock wave of warmth that just cascades outward from the top of the tower. Both of you feel it pass through you, and that freezing cold that you've been trying desperately to hold at bay as you're clutching to the back of this Gloomstalker, this heat wave kind of moves past. The Gloomstalker kind of instinctually kind of pulls back, and you can see it for a second. It drops, and you feel your stomach bottom out as it loses about 20 feet of elevation before catching itself again. And you watch as any of the others that are currently cycling around the stratosphere over the city of Tharamfala also are kind of taken off guard by the sudden burst of energy. As you kind of glance over, you can see the tethers that connect have all fallen and faded.
Oh my god.
How does he do that? How did you do that?
You also watch as about 25 or so of these figures on the top all collapse at once.
But some are left.
There are some left. You watch very faint, you can see that altar in the center. There is a small bead of pure, vibrant, bright white light. And you watch as a robed figure that previously was kind of held in the shadows emerge.
Fuck.
You're too far away to make any more details than that.
A lot of motherfuckers just died on the top of that tower. You felt that,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah. What do we do? Is that the end of the ritual?
How much time left on that hour, buddy?
I mean, not enough to get back to our friends, probably.
We gotta go. It's her. It's
Should we
gotta be her.
attack now? Just the two of us?
No. We should
could.
not do that.
We could.
We could.
We're between you and me, we're the most powerful ones in the group.
I just don't feel like freeballing it right now, and I'd really like the group, and I think we should go back.
I know, but will you at least confirm that yes, we are the most powerful ones?
Clearly.
Yeah.
Okay. We are the most, as the kids say, OP. Let's get back to the group.
All right. Hold me tight.
All right.
Mr. Mistopheles.
I clutch my
back down.
Goes into a very rapid dive, making its way back towards where you left the rest of your party. The rest of you, you can go ahead and you regain your short rest. You get your wild shape back. You can spend any hit dice to heal up if you'd like, if you haven't already. Okay, good. I also need all of you to roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Everybody, right? Everybody?
Everybody who was on a short rest.
Oh.
If we had a feast, we would have advantage on this.
We would. We would.
All right, so.
We got there for
14.
14.
30.
30.
24.
Just to make sure, I used gnome cunning to double because I have an advantage on
Wise as
wisdom.
fuck?
It's
Is
not.
that okay?
It's not
Wise as fuck?
a magical effect.
Okay, so then I'll take my first. I'll just take the first roll, which was lower, which was 2, and then I will add my wisdom saving throw number, which is 10. So I have 12.
12,
I didn't
okay.
need not to explain all that.
19.
19.
No, I want you
Just
to
nervous.
explain every roll.
Little things.
In the rest you take, the Shadowfell does not seem to have any adverse effect on your presence.
Oh.
However. Oh, no, sorry.
No,
I know.
There's no however.
However,
You
oh.
complete your rest fine.
Okay.
You guys all kind of gather your stuff. You take a breath and prepare for the next leg of your venture as the door to your building slams open. Scanlan and Vax arriving, just leaping off the back of the Gloomstalker that they had under their control, who is also about to lose its...
How much longer do they have?
Fly away.
Wait, should we
Attack
just
the tower. Attack the tower. Really?
Tell it to attack the tower.
It's gonna forget halfway.
Maybe
there.
it'll make it like mess one person up. Attack the people on the top of the tower.
Fly away. Just fly away.
No fun.
On the rest, could I work a little bit more on enchanting the silver bullets? Could I do that or no?
Oh, you can spend a little time with it. It'll take a few days of getting that to
Okay,
really
just keep
happen.
working on it.
Okay.
Did we feel that within the building?
You didn't.
Okay.
Like you may have heard something strange, but it didn't really catch your attention. You guys have just been spending your time resting in the inside of the building, so.
What'd you see?
Saw a lot of fucking people just die on the top of that tower. I can't guarantee it, but I think it's a safe bet that your girl Delilah is up there.
Well, that's where we figured she'd be.
It seemed that they've completed at least some part of the ritual.
Yeah, there was some sort of massive pulse of energy. 20-something hooded figures just dropped dead on the spot. A wave of some shit.
Can I run out
blasted
and like
through us.
look up at the tower and see if the orb looks different?
Yeah, I joined.
You guys rush out and peek outside of the doorway towards the top of Entropis, and you see that the glowing pulse is gone. The energy tethers from the siphons are gone.
Wait.
Fuck.
I look around. Are we still in the Shadowfell?
Perception check?
That's not great. 18.
That's enough. Yeah, you're still in the Shadowfell.
Fucking Mercer.
So if you roll low enough, it'd be like, you don't know.
Perception?
Yeah, you don't know.
Seattle! You've taken us to Seattle!
Well, we should fucking get up there then, huh?
I mean, should we go straight up the tower?
What else?
I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, all right.
Let's head to the base.
We're gonna fight an aerial battle
Wait.
against super magical things.
Oh my god.
That we can
We're,
fall
we're
off
weighing risk here. What do we think would happen if we spent an hour having that feast right
Yeah,
now?
nothing's gonna. Actually, that's true. Nothing's gonna change at this point. He has a great
Maybe.
point.
I mean, once again, maybe we should return to something like sabotaging the machine or burning the city. Oh God,
The
Vex
machine's
is
done.
rubbing off on me.
Did you see Delilah up there?
No. There was a ringleader, but we were too far out.
And the ringleader was still standing.
Yeah.
How many people were still standing?
There would have been 3 that you noticed.
Precisely 3.
But lots of them died. But lots of them died in the blast?
Yeah, so it's not even going to be a tough fight. We'll just take down 3 people and be done, right?
That's
So easy.
tend to find the less people we're fighting, the worse it is.
Agreed.
It won't just be 3.
It won't just be 3. It might be 4.
It'll be less than 3.
How far out?
Even one with that fucking wall that she had last time, we're fucked.
How far did the blast go? That you saw.
Well, we were like, what, 100 yards out or something?
Yeah, you probably were about 300 feet out, yeah.
Huge.
How about that? We didn't do any research on that wall, did we? That spell. Did anybody do any research on that spell that we
what
saw her
spell?
do?
I mean, we
Down
kind of
the
figured
zipper?
out what
A
it
little bit
was.
of
I mean, it
research.
was a modified version of a spell we've seen before. I mean,
Kind of, yeah. I
kind
mean,
of.
it seemed to be prismatic. You've seen prismatic spray. It's a prismatic spell in nature, but you didn't really research any means of
Defeating
you know,
it or
defeating or
overcoming
bypassing
that.
it. No.
Do you still have that earthquake spell?
I believe me and Pike both do. Yes.
We couldn't like earthquake the tower to the ground, could we?
Between me, you, and Pike,
How thick
we
is
can take this tower down.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I just don't know about us going to the top. If we could maybe.
Oh, if we
bring
could
it.
bring the top
Oh,
down
yeah.
here.
We can, yeah,
not a bad
mess
idea.
with the
really
That's a good
foundation.
idea. If
I
you
just
can
don't know how
really
big
do it.
around it is. It might be fucking
How
huge.
big around is the tower?
At the very base,
That's not a bad idea.
He's got.
He's looking at the
He's
tower.
looking at the map.
it's about 170, 180 feet in diameter.
Oh
So
yeah.
2 earthquake spells
Hang on.
and
180 feet in
siege
diameter.
gauntlets.
Maybe.
Hang on,
mean, I'll be-
Pike and
I
I
would
check
be
our
in-
spell books real quick.
I'm not going to do
Can
it.
I do a little
at
engineering?
time, but
If I were going to punch at it.
Do you have any
the
venom
idea
explosives?
that we're going to sneak into that tower is
Madness.
far-fetched.
No, we either have to fly up to the top or bring it down to us,
I
right?
like
Yeah.
the idea of bringing
I
it
like,
down.
even if it fails, the fight will still come to, either we bring the fight to them or we rip down the tower and bring the fight to us.
For up to a minute in a 100-foot radius, centered on a point.
Same.
It deals 50 bludgeoning damage to any structure in contact with the ground in the area when you cast the spell. If it drops to 0 hit points, it collapses and potentially damages nearby creatures.
Okay.
So the question is, do you think that'll be enough to drop a solid obsidian tower?
It's a tough call.
But I mean, 2
Twice
earthquake
in a row.
spells
It's like the
and a
devil's dick.
grog.
I have a siege
Does seem
arrow.
like
I will point out this will be burning mine and Pike's 8th level spell, but it might be worth it.
No.
it feels like it's like a 3.2 earthquake. We need like a 6.2 earthquake.
I'm sure we do. Let's be honest. We really do need like a massive shake.
What if we weaken the outside and then
Yeah.
hit it with the earthquake?
What if I can tunnel out underneath it?
I think whatever was going on up there is gone. I think it's happened.
Well, Delilah's still up there, so if she falls, at least she'd take some damage.
It's fair.
I'm just gonna throw my vote in the ring here that I think we should take the time for the feast. You know, we're not killing piles of rats in the sewers here. This is serious.
When last time we fought Delilah, were any of us scared of her?
She's not what I'm afraid of.
Wisdom saving throws, I'm major.
Also
She could take
protects us
control of
against
us.
poison.
I'm not against that, but I think one person's to stay out of the feast and keep an eye in case they leave in the hour that we're feasting.
Well, if someone's going to stay out of the feast, it should be the guy who already has advantage on
Yeah.
everything.
Oh, that too, yeah.
Yeah.
I just can't get afraid, that's all I mean.
Yeah, but you can be taken control of with your brain.
That's
Oh,
assuming a lot.
Damn it.
Or we just go get it. We just go after it and go get it.
I'm against the feast. I think we should just run
I just
in.
don't feel like there's time, honestly.
Also, I'm vegan. I don't know if I could eat everything in the feast.
It is largely go Phoebe, pull Bobo.
Go Phoebe, Popo? Why didn't you just name it a poobah platter or something?
How far
That's the
are
slang
we?
for it.
How far are we from the tower in this little house?
In this house, you're about
This old house.
Fixer
a
upper.
little over half a mile away from it.
Oh wow. It's a 10-minute walk.
Because this house is just outside of the
Yeah.
perimeter wall of the inner
You guys
cloister.
could do the feast, and certain of us can help tunnel out the ground during that hour.
I don't know.
I don't know if we're gonna bring it down.
I don't think we're going to bring it
It
down.
was a cool idea, but I don't think we're gonna do it.
What's
We're
it
no
made-
white
what's it-
ancient
what's it made
dragon.
of? Obsidian?
I mean, you haven't been close enough to really tell, but it looks to be made of a very thick, dark obsidian or onyx-like material.
It's also unsettling as fuck, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably magically protected.
Probably.
That's
It
true.
may just hover there if we like knock this.
That is very true.
It may be
Let's fly
keeping
up
the
and kill
ground
it.
up as opposed to being sitting on the ground at that point.
So we're gonna try and fly up.
Or walk
raise your
up
hand.
through the
Raise your
inside.
hand if you want a hero's feast.
For you all, yes.
4.
Well, is that a raise or not?
Are you scratching your ear? Or are you raising your hand?
You know, I don't. Yes. Damn it.
Wait. So no, wait.
I'm
Where's
just
four?
nervous. I know we don't have time, but what if
If
this
the
is
light
one of
was
those
still going,
decisions
I'd
where
say
later
no,
we
but
were
the
like,
light
we
is
should have
over.
fucking done a hero's feast.
Well, let's do it.
I don't know though. I don't know if we have the time. This is hard.
Well, the transaction upstairs has already happened, whether they get away or not.
I have a feeling we're gonna be down here a while.
Maybe we can prepare the feast. Keep an eye out. If we have to ditch out on the feast early, then we do.
Keyleth looks out the window again. Are people like panicked? Are people running around? Is there like rabble in the street?
Well, there's
Rabble,
no,
rabble,
no
rabble.
technical window in this building. There's the door.
She just pushes her head up
Okay,
against the
So
wall.
you look out the door and glance through. You do notice there's no panic, but you do see a number of, and this is interesting, you glance at it, you don't see any undead wandering the streets of the inner cloister, at least not like the outer area was. You do see, make a perception check actually.
Boy.
Get it.
Oh, that's good, that's good. 30.
Okay, you see throughout the street, which the street from here gets about halfway to the tower before it hits a building and curves around, but you see maybe 35 or 40 total people in matching or close cultist robes or similar colors, all making their way towards the
Dress for
tower.
an occasion. Fuck it.
We gotta go.
Let's go.
35 to 40 people, let's kill them all on the way up.
In robes?
Man, you're frosty today. You're just.
They're
like
trying
it.
to come over into our territory. I don't like it. They're all assholes.
So we go in.
Let's go.
Well, how are we
we're
gonna
flying
go in
straight up?
though? Just flying up?
We have one broom. We
got
don't
the
have two
carpet.
brooms anymore. And we got a carpet. And we got
And
wings.
a couple people with wings. Oh God, the creepy music is starting. We gotta go, y'all.
Let's do it.
Beeline to the tower.
And then
To the
what?
tip-top.
And then what though?
Beeline
Once we
to
get
the tower,
there,
Kill everything.
play it by
Land and
ear.
fight.
Throw
Land and
everything
fight.
off the
Oh
top.
boy. Okay.
Break everything. Smash everything.
It's Delilah. She's going to destroy us. Do we have any way to neutralize her magic?
Well, you could turn into a. No.
I can't. I gave Vax foresight. I cannot turn into a beholder today.
I can.
You can?
Yes.
Do you have shape change?
Something like it.
All right. This is almost a plan. Let's do this.
More than we
It's
normally
just
have.
so
It's
fucking
far
fucked.
more.
Man.
Are there a lot of gloomstalkers around?
You can tell with the loss of magical energy that they've kind of been tossed askew a bit. Their patterns of circling and being intense, they're a little more scattered a bit, but there are still maybe a few dozen that look over the inner cloister.
Let's make our way to the tower and maybe head up through the tower. We don't have to necessarily fly to the top.
Wait a minute.
What?
Did the orb at the top turn the same way that the orbs in the ziggurat turned?
farted out, didn't it?
Well, there were like faint orbs that were kind of taking in the energy and focusing it towards that center altar. Then when everything faded after the shockwave, what you saw looked like the tiniest star. It was just a speck of extremely bright light that to look directly at it was to hurt.
Shit. I don't know.
We gotta go.
All right, let's just go get it.
I'm honestly still kind of into the earthquake idea. Bringing down the tower.
It's not gonna work.
Lie. How do you know?
You said 50 points of damage? I mean, just from a...
I can take 50 points of damage.
Just from a...
I can take 2 earthquakes personally.
Metagaming
At the
scenario.
start,
That's not even...
no.
That can't even
The
hurt.
tremor deals 50 bludgeoning damage to any structure in contact with the ground in your area when you cast the spell, and at the start of each of your turns until the spell ends. And the spell
so
lasts
it's like
for a minute.
So you get 10
You get
50s.
10 of those. 10
Oh.
50s.
And then times
2
2
with Pike and I.
So that's 1,000 points.
And if Grog is
Over
in
a
there
minute.
weaking,
Over a minute.
like,
That's better than
helping
I
it out.
thought.
Is it concentration?
It's concentration for up to a minute, and
Okay.
it has a 500-foot range and
Yeah.
a 100-foot radius.
That could work.
So Pike and I could split one half and half of the tower.
It's pretty fucking Hollywood. I kind of like it.
All right.
I feel like if we go right up to the top of
let's do
that
it.
tower, it's like walking into the danger zone.
It might not work, but it's
bring the
pretty
tower,
Hollywood.
Let's bring the tower down to us.
Let's try it.
All right.
Let's get
This
close
is
enough that
insane.
they can throw it
And
out,
you
and
can
then
still fuck shit up while you got that earthquake going, right?
Well, how do you mean?
Are you
Oh
you
yeah,
disposed?
if you have that spell going, you can
Are
do
you
other things in
just
case
doing
things
earthquake
attack us.
the whole time, or are you just standing there staring at the ground?
Can you make a
It's
pizza?
my
or-
concentration, so I can keep it going and
Do other things.
do
You
like
just-
an
you can't
instant
do
reaction
another
spell.
Big spell.
concentration
Yeah.
spell.
Okay.
But you're not lightning anybody's ass. You're not doing anything like that. You're focusing on the tower.
I mean, I can like throw a fireball and keep it going. Yeah.
It's got a
Pretty
spire.
big.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
All right.
I say that movers and shakers get the cloaks. Let's head out.
It's Michael
Get
Bay
up
this shit.
as close as we can to support Pike and Keyleth.
And we keep them safe. We are playing defense.
Yes.
God, I hope this works.
God, I hope this
I don't
works
know
too.
if
I don't know if this is gonna work.
This is stupid as fuck.
We'll distance. Anybody gets near them, we take them out.
I mean,
You-
Gronk, can you at the right moment just do a big? See if you can
I can
topple it over?
I can try and do whatever you want. I
All
can
right.
run around and punch a bunch of holes in it or whatever.
Fucking hell.
We're all gonna. We're gonna focus everything on one side of the tower. We're going to try and bring it down in a direction.
Yes.
That's what we're
Here we go.
doing.
Yes. Focus it on one side of the tower.
Yeah, because you obviously
okay.
want to
Both on the same side.
Like a tree.
Yeah, you're chipping
chop
away.
out a wedge.
Yeah.
Let's do this. This is a terrible plan. All right.
Just trying to gauge Matt.
Matt's
Stone cold.
thinking about all the other people he could be playing D&D with right now. He's imagining a whole other set of faces here.
All right, so
All right, let's teleport inside that dragon. Come on.
yeah, what's the plan, guys?
That's the
So
plan.
we're gonna get close enough so that they can do their 500 feet distance,
Building,
but keep a
building.
distance to the tower.
And if we can be like hidden while we're doing this,
Would
out in the
be
open.
just
We have a 500-foot range here.
Yeah.
We've got a dope ass range.
Keyleth's got a cloak. Pike's got a cloak.
Okay.
I'm huge.
He's huge.
We're gonna try to get in a building that's closer to the tower.
Okay. Seeming lasts for 8 hours, so you're still under the guise of that illusion.
Although we don't...
Need that anymore.
Well, we can look
we
like
haven't-
cultists.
Keyleth, you said that there's no other undead around here, right?
There's no undead
but
in
can-
Maybe we
you-
shouldn't
That's a
look like
Pike
undead.
question.
Yeah.
Can you shift what we
Oh,
look like
yes.
without
Yes,
changing
just
that?
drop
I don't think I can shift it. No, you can't.
I believe seeming is a one-use
It's a one
thing. I'm pretty
time
sure.
thing.
Maybe just drop it and we'll.
Yeah.
Be cultist.
Yeah.
How many robes did we swipe?
Well, we've got the one from the guy.
Are there
whose
any
head we
cloaks
just
within this
crushed.
building that we're in right now?
You would have 4 cloaks because there's 2 you got from the outside of the ritual. Then there's the one from the guy that you killed when you got here.
What about
No, technically there was the 2 that you killed when you got
Yes.
there. If you wanted to, but you didn't say you grabbed those.
I
I
think
thought we
we
did.
No, you did. You grabbed
Yeah,
them
we
off. Right,
did.
so it's 2,
Just
5,
Always grab cloaks.
6.
Yeah.
You have 6 cloaks.
And then the one that the guy that we just killed in front
That
of
was
us.
Me and Pike, she could be on my shoulders and we could share one cloak.
Yeah, that's good. Oh my
I have that
gosh.
cloak of smashing that Percy gave me.
Totally little rascals.
Yeah,
it.
let's.
I love
yeah,
it.
we'll just
Yep.
robe it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys
Right.
all throw on
I
the.
almost feel like it should be other way around.
Oh, it absolutely
Pike's
should.
All right. right, so 6 cloaks, 7 players. You guys are straight up doing. I'm so proud of everything that has just happened.
Oh my god.
To make it look like our arms can reach the end of the cloaks. Are they sleeved cloaks?
Yes, they are.
So I'm gonna hold a flute and like my sword.
Myth Carver! Myth Carver to the little rascals!
Don't shake
There will
anyone's
be
hand.
no survivors.
Pirate Robert,
Hey guys, it's the 3rd time Scanlan has used Myth Carver.
That's a vestige right there.
Vestige with you.
So it's got a new. It's gone from exalted to shame.
It's just like
It retracts into a dagger now.
It never happens. It never happens.
oh my god.
All right.
Oh
In a hip montage, you pull out the various cloaks, assemble your materials, getting ready.
We are a bunch of assholes.
Scanlan hops on top of Pike. The cloak is placed over you. You get your sleeves ready, and you all walk out into the cold air of the Shadowfell, making your way towards the center of the city.
Be cool.
Be cool, everybody.
Be cool.
I'm also going to say sometime in the last several hours, I don't remember what the armor is set to necrotic.
Oh, it's a good call.
I think you may have said that before.
All right, great.
Just in case, but I assume that
I
was
think
the
it was
case.
already there, yeah.
And remember,
Awesome
if
sauce.
anyone looks at you, close one eye.
Yeah.
Just be winking.
Yeah.
Hey,
The left
always
eye,
be
right? I don't
winking.
need to
Always be
Arm-
left eye.
Does everybody have their arms that we've run into so far?
Yes.
Or are they missing an arm too? An eye and an arm, or just an eye?
It varies. Not everyone sees you missing a hand,
Ooh.
but most of them are missing an eye.
Okay.
At the very least.
I know, dude.
You all look like my sister.
She missing an eye too?
You need to get your eyes
No, I
checked.
just wink a lot.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
depth perception.
That was Liam saying that. I don't know what Liam's sister had an eye.
All right, we go.
All right.
I don't care.
You guys make your way up the street, kind of
want
following behind the few stragglers that you see kind of trying to catch up with the rest of the groups of people that have kind of filtered out of the buildings and made their way towards the center. You make your way through some of the side roads, following around, and you can see now the closer you get to the city, the more the structures, the buildings here are built in a spiral. The roads don't intersect like spokes. They all gradually curve into the tower. So if you're looking at it overhead, it looks almost like this large kind of spiral into the tower, like a pinwheel. You follow the curvature of the road, which prevents you from really seeing the end point. And as you begin to get close to some of the clusters of people that are walking with a brisk walk, but still walking towards the tower, you kind of fall back a little bit to not draw any attention. As you're making your way there, you watch as 2 individuals kind of hurry up that were actually a little bit behind you and rush up to the side and are kind of walking in pace and kind of glance over.
Yeah. It's forward.
One of them, who appears to be a younger man, probably like is in his like 18, 19 or so. He's got this little like patch of kind of reddish brown chin fuzz and looks a little malnourished. He still has both eyes, and he kind of rushes up real fast, and his hood's kind of pulling back a little bit, and he's looking around a little excited, but also kind of with trepidation. So it's happening, huh? It's really happening.
Guess so.
Fucking wild.
So exciting.
I'm so excited to be here.
Oh, don't.
Make a deception check.
Non-smile.
24.
Fucking King goes like, oh. Oh. I didn't know the whispered one takes the special ones too.
Yep. Sure does. Sure does.
What are you going to do after?
I don't know. I mean, I'm.
Surely you've thought.
I'm pretty low on the totem pole here. I'm excited to be on the right side of history.
Ditto.
Yeah. Fuck the normies.
All right. And he kind of rushes up past you guys to try and catch up.
So awkward.
I think you got it. I think we played it really cool though, guys.
I'm really bad at. Oh,
holding my
Sunday
eyes shut
cultists,
for
okay,
this
no.
long.
So, are we close enough now that we can stop this?
Not yet. You're about maybe 1,000 feet or so.
I'm going to see if there's any structures that are within distance, so that once they set up and stop, I can get. Maybe we can
Yeah,
perch,
we only need to be so far out, so if we can kind of.
and we can
start.
cover you from a roof.
Perception check, Percival.
Yes.
Also wondering how we're doing in the Gloomstalker department.
I mean, no one's seen you currently. That seems that whatever
That's
piercing
not a
vision
9.
they have, it does not seem to pierce for roofs.
I want to keep an
15.
eye out for buildings too. I mean, I feel like I would have
Okay.
done it,
Then you as well make a perception check. Please.
wait, no. 23.
The lemon go.
23. Okay. You glance about, and like there are a lot of buildings here with vantage points. They're all similar heights. There are a few that are kind of outliers, and most of them are like 1.5 to 2 stories, like a 1 story with an attic or an attic space, like a half story, or 2 stories. You do check a few that are 3rd story, and a lot of them are almost in steeple-like spires at the top. And you start to notice there is a theme. A lot of the buildings closer to the tower are built in a similar theme as the tower itself. You begin to see the edges of the roofs kind of curve up into their own spikes. And the further in you go, the more just dangerous and unwelcoming the deeper inner cloister of Tharampala is to witness. You can see now certain people are actually climbing onto the roofs. They're kind of getting up there, almost like they're preparing for some sort of a festival or a fireworks
Like-
show.
It's
Like 4th of fucking July.
The aliens are coming and we're welcoming them.
Well, they're not wrong. Yeah.
Let's give them
Wait,
You notice.
They're watching for something.
Yes.
Thanks. There's been no change in daylight or nightlight here. It's been just this constant kind of deep, dark, gray gloom that hangs over the Shadowfell, unchanging, unshifting. But there's a creeping brightness on the horizon that you feel kind of like rising.
We're getting ready to teleport.
And you watch as that creeping brightness forms like a dome over your space and then comes to a close over the top of the tower. And where once there was this gloomy skyscape, you now see what appears to be a brighter clouded sky. The temperature grows a little colder and you begin to see snowfall.
Oh no!
Let's get to this.
We gotta do it now.
Gentle snow begins to just fall, and you watch as some of the other cultists around you start reaching up and catching it in their hands.
Now.
Is it too?
We still gotta attack.
Yeah, we missed it.
It's totally taking us to Whitestone.
It's okay. We can
Well-
still
Make a
kill
nature check.
everybody.
We're in the north. There's a lot of places that
There
snow. It could be
are, but it's-
Draconia. There's
but
a lot
it's-
of places that
but
snow.
it's Delilah Briarwood.
19.
Okay. You have no direct idea of where you are, but based on the weather that you left Whitestone and not too long ago, this isn't Whitestone or near Whitestone. The weather patterns are a little more
Wildmount.
classic snow.
Is it winter in Wildmount right now?
It's the tail end of winter in a few places.
Okay.
Tower still needs to come down.
Let's go. Let's
Yeah,
move.
we just gotta
attack.
fucking
Let's
go.
attack.
Before they release
Are we
something.
within 500 feet?
You guys
Come on.
are about now within 500 feet.
Fucking get into the building that we can and then
Vex and I will
start
take
it.
position.
Pike and I just huddle together and try and like join forces.
Here we go. And
Let's do it.
As you guys are holding hands, a voice begins to ring out.
Oh no.
Omnipresent, directionless, like it's being positioned directly into the minds of each of you from wherever it stands. It's an unfamiliar voice. The words creep and curl in like they've always been resting, and now is the moment for them to reveal themselves. I would ask you to listen before you make a fool of yourselves. I've watched you since you stepped into my domain. And I'm not going to lie. It's been entertaining. I admire your gumption. It reminds me of others who've tried what you are trying. But they're dead now. So, I leave the choice to you. You can either walk away, or you can join me, or you will die and join me anyway.
Just do it.
No one walks away.
People don't tell us to stop if they're not afraid of what we're doing.
To the end.
To the end.
To the end.
Oh God, let's just pretend that's not really happening.
Do it. I love you all. We do it above the screaming Halloween Horror Nights sound
Full
effects.
silence.
All right. As you guys clasp hands and begin the intricate incantation for the earthquake spell, you can hear the cheers of people on the rooftops. They're standing up now, and they're all shouting, "Yes! Yes, I hear you!" You get the sense that perhaps you aren't the only ones that have been spoken to, although the conversations may differ from individual to individual. As you guys complete your incantation, you watch as the dust begins to rise around the base. And you see Entropis begin to quiver back and forth. And you watch as everyone begins to rush to the edges of the rooftops, then rush into the streets to look up, their hands raised to the sky, not sure what this means, but basking in whatever glory this next sign or omen is to be. You watch as a loud, shattering crack sound hits, and you watch as one large, snaking, carving line begins to work its way up one side of the tower. Up another. And the collective gasp of hundreds of voices across the city seem to echo. You watch as one side buckles, and the tower begins to slowly to the ground.
Is it falling towards us?
It's falling not towards you.
We tried to plan
Think
a
about
little.
the Prometheus
We
moment.
thought
Yeah,
ahead.
we thought it out.
But not the entire tower.
Fuck.
You glance up and watch as the very apex, the three-clawed top of the tower, is just there, in the sky, held aloft, unmoving, as the rest of the tower seems to have broken away. And as it falls into this slow, terrifying collapse, you hear the rumbling of broken stone just slamming into earth as clouds of smoke, dust, and dead earth are kicked up from the impact of this falling tower, completely swirling the center of the city with debris and darkness. You watch as cultists go running now, their faces filled with fear and confusion at what this is suddenly means, what's happening. And as the dust kind of washes past you and gives this haze over the sky and slowly comes to fade, you all kind of taking in what's happening, you watch as that one apex of the spire slowly makes its way down to the surface of wherever you are, on top of the rubble that once stood as Entropis.
So it kind of worked.
I mean, it wasn't bad.
It brought it down.
Ish.
Did anyone of significance die in the process?
Can we see
You can only assume.
Can we see who it is?
You're too far away. You're 500 feet away from this.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right.
Broom.
Yeah.
All right.
We're going up to it or waiting till it comes down all the way?
Oh, I mean, it's landing,
It's
right?
landed.
Okay.
It's settled
But I
itself.
know
It's
where.
it's kind of cocked to one side for it to land in the rubble. It's not a perfect platform. It kind of and comes to rest at a very faint angle among the just ruined, broken, jagged obsidian pile. It's 1,000 million flecked arrowheads all just jumbled in this kind of broken glass-like landscape of destroyed tower. And there, the very zenith of this once grand structure sits resting, waiting.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Do we have an escape plan?
Nope. Kill
All right.
everything.
I mean, I can plane shift us if things get really bad, but
All right.
Yeah.
I kind of think we're already on our plane.
This sounds like we're all gonna die.
No, we're good. We're
Sure
good.
does.
Stop with
Fucking
this
lock yourself
Castlevania.
up.
All right,
Here we
guys,
go.
we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this.
Start walking.
The minute I grab onto your broom, you can't hear anything, so I'm just going to ride it down to the ground and then let go.
Okay.
Well, I'm done playing, so I'm going to take the Titanstone knuckles together and smash them together and cast some large on myself.
Okay. Your cloak tears around your body, Incredible Hulk style, as your form just ruins what remains of the black, sheared fabric that once, even by the stretch of the imagination, pseudo hid you.
Yeah, a
now
bib remains.
Exactly.
Lobster bib.
Yeah, it's almost like one of those Chippendale kind of neck pieces. And what you see is a number of cultists that were kind of running away from the tower stop and see this, and then like almost instinctually go to defend. Make an intimidation check.
Should have raged. That's not terrible. 24.
And just go scattering in other directions. You see some are rushing towards the tower to see what happened, to see if anyone's okay. There were a lot of cultists that were crushed in that, you imagine, on that side of the city, especially since they were clustering at the base for whatever this was. But many more are still out in the streets. As you guys kind of walk, making your way towards the
Take
central
off
tower.
the robes. Get ready. Slow motion walk towards the tower.
You make your way down the ruined city streets of Tharampala, amongst the snowfall that's now beginning to gather on the tops of your heads and your shoulders and your wings, and along the sides of the street that hasn't seen snowfall probably ever. And you make your way past the final boundary of the buildings, the cultists just kind of letting you pass. Looks of fear, look of excitement, looks of knowing, looks of understanding that you probably walked to your deaths, and I want to watch this happen. And you begin to step over the rubble, your footfalls finding the grinding, high-pitched cracks of broken glass like obsidian beneath your boot and feet. And there you look up and can see about 25 or 30 feet of the tower top. It's just resting at an angle. You can't see what's up on top of it. No windows. How do you wish to proceed?
We're not sneaking up on shit.
Well, no. They know we're here.
Circle, flank, all together. Which one?
Powerhouses together. Distance fighters keep their distance. I'll take the carpet if it's available.
Surround the tower, climb up each side.
I would.
I'm gonna grab the carpet. Anybody who wants to lift up, feel free.
I will take that ride.
I'll broom it.
I'll hop up on the carpet.
Carpet's full.
As you guys are getting yourselves prepared, that voice returns to you, echoing through your minds once again. I am genuinely impressed. I'm excited. And I would like for you to remain to watch my ascension. But far be it from me to rob anyone of a fine death. So come. come and be the next sacrifice for the new age.
You're a dipshit.
Eloquence personified.
So, via broom.
We have to fly to get up to it?
It's like 35 feet up, so.
I mean,
To the top of the tower?
Platform, whatever you want to
I'm
call
gonna
it.
shoot up and past by quite a bit.
Can I hop on a carpet or broom?
You can hop on my broom.
I was about to say, carpet's a bit full with broom.
I'll hop on the broom with Vex.
I need a ride as well.
Oh,
Once
God.
I'm up, I'm going to scatter and we can.
Can you?
Do you want me to be a
Big B's
beholder?
hand?
You may need it.
Or a dragon?
I don't know.
Beholder has the
I hope you settle
anti-magic
it.
I feel like
situation. Just wait and see. Just wait
I'm
and
so
see.
nervous.
Wait and see.
I mean, I
Let's
just
say
have
I can
no
do it
idea
now.
what's going on.
How long can you maintain a beholder?
How long does it take last cast?
It's instantaneous.
Oh, then let's wait till the moment that it.
And that way
it's
you can see
necessary.
what it is.
But he could counterspell it. If
Well, that's
unless I
true.
do it now.
I don't know if he's actually here yet.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Help me sit this down. Right.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Hey, boy.
Okay.
that's awesome.
I feel like whenever we come across a map, I feel like we walked into his hand,
Let's
like
also
exactly
talk
what
about
he
the fact
wanted
it's
us.
been years since we've been this close to a map.
This is also true.
That is true.
And this should be actually right there. Okay, so please indulge me where you're coming in from. And these resemble the 3 curved spires.
Okay.
So those ideally go like that above it, right?
Yeah, they kind of curve upward and stop about there.
So they're not platforming. We can't.
No,
Okay.
come to a point.
I'm hiding behind this green. This glowing spire. I'm going to take some cover behind.
So you rush. We're just waiting for landing placement here, because this will come into play here.
Right.
Grog, where are you going?
I'll go right there, right here.
Right there.
Okay, me and Keyleth. Do you want to land over here?
That's fine. Yeah. I follow your lead.
Okay.
As soon as I land, I bamf trinket out.
Okay. Back.
I'm going to say that I'm about 80 feet in the air, just off center. Towards Vex and Keyleth, but just off center.
Okay.
Keep a distance. Don't be in a line with us.
So
I'm going to say I'm there, straight up.
there you are, Vax. Right there.
The minis look so cool.
I haven't seen them in so long.
I know we've been so far away.
Who's left? Pike
and
okay.
Scanlan. So
I'm
you guys,
gonna-
since you took the carpet, you're gonna have to be near Grog.
Yeah,
when you
that's
guys land.
totally
that's
fine.
gonna be the circumstance there. And Percy, you just run up the side to get there.
Well, I was on the carpet and hopped and left them because they had to go pick up. So
Okay.
there was a
If
little
that's
bit
the
of a-
case, then I'll say that you're
No, because
landing.
they had to go get Scanlan. So they.
Oh, you had to go
they
get
dropped and
Scanlan?
It's 35 feet, so.
If you guys had to leave Scanlan behind, that's a whole different thing.
No, I think I'm going to just go ahead and be a beholder and fly in there myself.
Okay, that'll work for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, all right.
I like that was on the
YOLO.
top of one
Why
of
the
their.
fuck not? Yeah.
So,
throw me. If you would be so kind, throw me here then.
Someday we could have a game with 2 beholders on our side.
That's true.
so
But not today.
that's Scanlan.
I like that you found a goofy-looking beholder.
Hi! Now, as you guys arrive,
Remember, don't look directly at
the floor is just surrounded in bodies. Cultists of very ornate robes. Mostly you've seen kind of peon-based black splatters of just sackcloth and what was available. No. These are all well adorned and appear to have been very well regarded within the remnants. You also see on this side what appears to be, on this side would be Delilah Briarwood.
Bitch face Briarwood.
Bitch
Mother
face
bitch.
Briarwood.
On this side, you see what appears to be a black armored, massive, not quite Goliath size, but a thick, dark black knight of just jagged, dark metal armor. What appears to be a long sword that just emanates this dark energy. And floating above.
Oh,
No, what's flying?
Put it away.
No, I don't need it.
Those are my platforms.
Wait,
I can
no.
take them back anytime I want.
Oh no, what is that?
You see
Doctor Strange.
a man,
Oh no.
though the flesh is pulled tight against a skeletal frame. You see long red and purple and black robes that are tattered and drift below the breeze and cold gently blowing by. You see just a field of crackling energy just bursting around the outskirts of his form. You see one hand is out, just kind of in a welcoming position, while the empty wrist that once contained the hand is now open on the other side. You see the bald, hairless head, which is covered in spots and tugged open bits of flesh that have curled away from rotten decay. You see the cheeks sunken in where the skeletal teeth are now emblazoned in a terrible grin. You see the right eye and the gaping hole where a bright green, bursting, flaming, vacuous void where an eye once was now drifts off a trail behind it. You see there, reborn before you, the Whispered One.
No!
The Undying King.
What?
Vecna himself.
God, we're in it. I don't like it being this close.
We'll probably all die.
I would like you all to roll initiative.
Matthew Mercer, may I borrow your monster manual so I know what I am?
I think Mercia actually has a page for it if you want that linked to him.
Page, you want my beholder page?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
That's terrible for me
My
too.
teeth hurt.
My teeth hurt.
Okay.
Okay.
That's terrible.
So,
I'm not okay with that
Oh
roll.
wait, give me that back page. Sorry.
Back page.
Okay.
Doesn't say what his initiative is.
You have to roll. It's a dex. It's a dex modifier plus a d20 if you don't have initiative.
what's up?
Your initiative,
What's
or
my
your
initiative?
initiative is normal, right?
Your initiative is whatever the creature's initiative
Yeah, I
is.
know. I
Which
don't
is
know
its
what-
dex modifier. yeah.
Okay. All right.
Plus a d20.
11.
When is the
All right,
last
so
time I went to bed?
I mean, it's a normal amount of time.
No, I mean like right before coming. I can't remember the last time we had a full rest.
a full rest would have been
Right before
maybe
coming through the portal.
4 or 5 hours ago.
To get, okay, I think I have all my lucks. That's why I'm asking.
I don't think you've burned since we've come
we've
through.
slept.
Yeah.
I'm not
I-
100% sure, but
I also give you advantage on everything,
I
so
know
I
it.
think that
Girl.
I think you didn't use anything.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So, initiative order 25 to 20?
20.
20. Shit. Fuck,
Shit.
guys.
Yeah.
Guys.
Not good.
Me? Okay.
I have no plan.
We're fully Leroy Jenkins.
I mean, just
right
fully. Leroy Jenkins.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it.
Grog, what's your dex?
We were not
My
prepared.
dexterity?
There's no way to be
15?
prepared for this shit.
Okay. Technically, you rolled the same initiative as the Death Knight, so he'll go right after you.
Okay.
Foof.
The
Oh, I
Death
bet it
Knight.
is.
The Death Knight, by the way, is what Colonel
Yes.
Name is?
Arnold
Mr.
is.
20 to 15.
Immediately.
I know.
16.
18.
17.
Woo, nice.
Wait, so you got 18?
18.
17? And 16?
Oh God.
Silas broomstick up his ass, Death Knight, Briarwood.
11.
13.
All right.
This first round is definitely a surprise attack on them, though, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. They did
Cool.
not see this
They
shit
had
coming.
no idea.
7.
They did not see this shit coming at all.
Alrighty. So.
7 fireballs.
I had so much hope when we took down their tower.
It
went away very quickly.
It did, but I think that probably made a lot of cultists go away.
Yeah.
Guys, we gotta start the new campaign sometime.
Okay. Beginning of the round.
18. Not great.
We all die.
Cast game over. 20th level spell.
So many options.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh my God, we're all gonna die, you guys.
You know, if you don't come up with a decision, I think you get to forfeit your turn.
We're gonna die. Yep.
Yep.
Obviously, we're not at the top of the round.
Yep.
Okay.
Boko.
So,
Boko.
Vecna, as he stands there, seeing the beholder arrive over the edge, seeing the paladin in the sky, seeing the rest of these individuals cluster in. Very well. I wanted to talk more. Please sit.
Balls.
I need Sam or Scanlan, Vax, Grog, Keyleth, and Vex to all make wisdom saving throws, please.
Oh, I should have done that fucking feast.
We knew we were gonna say it.
Shit, I'm gonna lose my fucking 9th level spell.
It was out of the box.
Not necessarily.
Definitely.
13.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Natural
okay.
19.
I have to like roll really high
Great.
against fucking Vecna.
You have a luck?
No.
Oh yeah, Terry had luck,
Yeah,
not
Terry had
Scanlan.
luck, man.
I neither have luck. I'm a beholder.
No, you have your.
You have all
your
your
other
stuff.
shot.
Are you sure about
Is it
that?
like
Yeah.
shape change?
There's a
This
DM
is
right over there.
True polymorph.
Oh, it's true polymorph.
I am this
He
creature.
is that creature.
That's hot.
Except it's
I
not,
don't
because
know,
I'm
though.
about
Does-
to not
All
be
right.
anymore.
Well,
Because he's gonna cancel it.
so
18.
God damn it.
Oh, Jesus.
27.
you resist.
18.
Oh God, you have to roll so high. in
Even
order
with
to-
advantage?
18.
19.
Jeez.
They roll disadvantage against you.
All right. So that's.
Oh, you
Oh
didn't
no,
say
sorry,
me.
no,
Said me.
sorry.
And I rolled a 20.
Wow.
Fucking.
You rolled a 20?
You feel the force of his magical prowess coalesce like a cold vice on your brain, and your body seizes, holding taut, and you're all held. You fall straight down 80 feet.
Fuck!
Oh my God, we're gonna die.
Oh, man!
I can't
None of
believe
us
we
can
just,
do anything to help
we
us.
slow motion walked into our own death.
Oh, shit.
Is Pike out?
Take
No.
32 points of bludgeoning damage back,
Okay.
and you are.
Gadunch.
Oh god.
Walls brought down.
Gadunch.
Prone there.
Fucking shit.
The rest of you are also held.
Is this charmed or frightened?
No.
Okay. It's not.
No.
What does being
You
held
are-
mean?
Paralysis.
You are paralyzed.
For
Until we save or until his concentration is broken. I
Correct.
assume.
And rage would have no effect on this.
Nope.
Fucking shit.
Okay.
And he's going to go ahead and shift up about 20 more feet. And kind of glance over the battlefield a bit.
He's a god. He's a golden god.
He actually is one. And he won't jump off a 1,000-foot cliff.
On our show, that
I
means
know.
he's gonna die.
Yeah, apparently. All right. That ends.
T minus 10 minutes till he turns into a goldfish.
We can only be so hopeful.
That's
That
plenty
ends
of time for us to die.
his turn.
Yeah.
Delilah's now going to go.
Oh, good.
Oh, cool.
Wow, what a way to lead off the round.
I don't want to. My anti-magic cone is not in effect, I assume.
Actually,
but he's
isn't
way
it just
above it.
naturally wherever they're looking?
It's wherever you're facing, but he hasn't had a turn to go yet. He basically just arrived.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
man.
So it would be kind of in this path here, or wherever you would have come in this regard. So it would be in this direction.
It's a big fucking headlamp.
Just frozen.
Actually,
I
let me.
want to swallow. I can't.
I thought I was under the impression that the eyeball was passive.
I'm checking right now. Actually,
Well, you have to choose at the start of each turn.
at the start of its turn, which way the cone faces and where the cone is active.
I haven't had a turn.
If it's active.
You're holding your action for being able to move.
Anyway.
Hey, so we got this, guys.
Hey guys.
How many of us are still able to move?
3?
3 of you.
Hey, okay.
Looking up. Things are looking up.
What? So held.
He has 12
being
hit points,
held.
by the
What's
way.
the deal with that?
You're paralyzed, which means you're incapacitated. You automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and any creature that hits you within 5 feet, it's a critical hit.
Basically, worst scenario possible.
Yeah.
That's all you have to say.
It
Worst
could be
scenario
worse,
possible.
but it would take math. It's like this is bad.
Pike's gonna solve everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
good
she can
thing.
get us out of
Put me
this.
in charge.
Flipping
I
those
just have this
pages.
Remember this look, boys and girls.
No,
on Matt's face.
this is the look
as
of
as
Matt,
the chef
of Matt choosing the
carefully
form
picks
of our
the
destroyer.
menu of our
Of our destruction, of our doom.
He has been grooming us and fattening us up for 2 years.
Delilah is going to move.
Oh no, lair action. She explodes.
And is going to just like step over Vax's body on the
Oh,
ground.
bitch! You better back off, bitch!
Then
You're wearing underwear, bitch. 'cause
Land on
he
the
just
other
looked
side.
at your skirt.
And looks at you. Goes, hey, it's been a while, my dear.
No.
No! Why would you do this?
The finger?
Don't do it! How you do this, Matt?
Yep. So make a Constitution saving throw.
No!
You're held, but you still make a Constitution one.
Come on.
Matt, how do you do this?
Come on.
Not again.
And I said,
Okay, so you take half as much damage, which is good.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, I'm really glad we healed.
Back on the ground as starts going.
All right, so instead of 61 points of necrotic damage, you take 30 points of necrotic damage.
Oh, I'm shaking. That's
nothing.
Leroy.
Bitch.
Oh my God.
gotta squeeze my spiky dice to wake up.
Ow.
And then, you okay?
I'm good.
Okay.
Blood pressure's a thing, right?
That's, and her turn. Grog.
Holy shit, Grog.
Yeah.
Your turn happens at the same time the layer action happens.
And the Death Knight, right?
And the Death Knight, he's going to go directly, he's going to go after you, because you guys are going the same turn type, to give you a little bit
Cool.
of it.
Oh
So,
man, I'm not. This
shit,
does
okay.
not feel good.
you
Oh,
watch
shit,
as the bodies in the ground quiver
No.
and begin to rise up around
you.
you.
Got this. You got this.
no, forget them. Fix us. Forget them. They're nothing.
They could just like
Fix
attack
us.
us until we die.
Fix us. They're tiny.
I have a plan. I have a plan.
What? You're gonna,
Fix us.
you're gonna pledge your fealty to the
Some
fucking.
sort of,
You guys.
I don't know.
They're also
Can you
really
restore
spread out.
restoration
you have
or
mass
something? Or?
restoration?
No.
How about instant nuclear warhead?
That's not
Do you
a
have
spell,
that?
you guys.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if
I don't know
she can fix us this.
I don't think she can fix it.
I don't know if she can fix
Let's
it.
use it. Let's just make it. Matt, you can put that in your new campaign
Yeah,
book.
yeah, new spell
Mass
right now.
restoration.
Mass restoration.
Mass anti-hold.
And this will be there. So they all rise up out of the ground. These basic skeletons, and they all get one attack. So against Percy, this one kind of moves in. Rolls a natural one, misses entirely. One of them's going to strike at the beholder that's up in the air. That's going to be a 15. What's your armor class?
18.
18. Just ricochets off the armor. There's one here that's going to go towards Pike. And you're not held, right? So you resisted it. So it's going to go ahead and make a strike on you. That's going to be another 15. Just hits your armor and scrapes off, no effect. This one's going to rush forward and attack 2 against a Vax on the ground. That is has advantage. It's a 19.
To do what?
To attack you.
All right, so I'm at disadvantage, but I have advantage, so it would be 1 straight roll.
No, it has disadvantage against you because you're paralyzed. So yeah, so it would be 1 straight roll. The first roll was roll was 19.
Oh, so no.
So no. Your armor class is 21 naturally.
It is 21 when the daggers are out, and my daggers are in my hands. I mean, I don't know.
You're not
It's kind of
threatening.
loosey-goosey. All right, then I'm at 20.
Okay, yeah, so it still misses you.
Oh,
The other
God,
one.
I don't feel good.
No, misses. Both of them just miss you. Even the effect of the 9th level spell is just enough of a vibration that the attacks are being you're moving ever so faintly out of the way.
Familiar.
One attacking Keyleth. That is a 24.
Yeah.
So you suffer 8 points of slashing damage. And then Vex, that is a 12 to hit and a 20 to hit. Neither hit. So as they're striking you, they're hitting the armor. It's just not cutting through. They can't seem to get through it. So that worked out okay in your favor.
Thanks, dragon armor.
Grog,
Yeah.
you're paralyzed.
Uh-huh.
I believe you make another saving throw at the end of your turn to try and shrug off the effect.
Can I go into a paralyzed rage?
Nope. But make a wisdom saving throw.
God, we've got to roll like a 27 in order to break it.
12.
Nope. You're still locked in place, unable to move.
I will never be able to break it.
A 20 didn't break it, so yeah.
Yeah, there's no way.
A natural 20 would break it.
A natural.
A natural 20 would break it. That's the only thing.
I have a modifier of 0. So
Yeah.
Fucking attack that bitch.
Actually, you know what? No. He's going to stay back there and move this way to get out of the way.
Fuck you, Silas.
As the Death Knight kind of steps over to the side, you watch as this small sphere of darkness begins to into his hand, and then throws it with an arc. And a 20-foot radius centered on a point that it chooses.
Ooh, that's rough stuff.
Skeletons are destroyed.
Legendary actions and resistances.
I don't know.
It's legendary resistances, not actions.
What's a legendary resistance?
You get to reroll. I mean, unless it doesn't have it. I don't think
This doesn't.
No, the beholder does not. It's not that powerful. All right, I need Pike, Grog. It's a dexterity saving throw. So Grog and Scanlan automatically fail. Percival and Pike, I need you both to make dexterity saving throws, please.
I'm not prone. Yet.
Yeah.
It's good.
20. Oh.
6.
All right.
Wait.
You take.
Oh, I thought that was 10.
I have advantage also against.
Right. You take a total of 35 points of fire and necrotic damage. You take 35 points of necrotic damage, and because you're resistant to fire, you only take 17 points of fire damage.
Oh,
35 points.
What did I say?
Did you say 17, Matt?
17, yes.
Okay.
Scanlan
7.
and Grog, you both take. Actually, no, because you have resistance to fire and yours fire, which actually your form is. I should give you the large form.
Wait.
Yes?
Stop everything.
What are you stopping?
I added wrong.
Oops.
My saving throw was a 23.
Was it 23?
On being held?
Yes.
I'm being held? Still fails.
Oh!
Yeah, you did a 24, right?
I rolled like a 27.
She rolled a 27.
Yeah. We gotta go.
There's nowhere we're gonna die.
So what did I just get hit with? 70 points
You
or
took
something?
70 points of fire and necrotic damage.
Awesome.
Do you have resistance to any of that?
I don't know.
Not as a beholder, no. Okay. That ends the Death Knight's turn.
I mean, he's just dunking on us.
Well, they're top loading. They're top loading.
Vex. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Crotch in face.
That's cocked. Roll again.
21.
Nope. Still locked in place.
Oh, for the wisdom thing?
Pike.
You have to roll.
Okay. All right, I'm going to touch Grog.
Okay.
And cast Lesser Restoration.
Okay, which cures?
Paralysis.
Then yeah.
Okay,
So,
just got to run around.
Grog, you are cured of paralysis.
Okay.
Do that all lot.
Everywhere. Okay, and
You
then
feel your form freed of the effect of the spell. Do you want to move?
How many undead are there?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over there.
Okay.
You already used your action to cast the spell. So.
So as my bonus action, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on Percy.
Okay.
All
Which
right.
will just
Nice.
add 2 to your AC.
Oh, thank you.
What level is Shield of Faith? To the
First level.
Okay, yeah. So there you go. So just mark that for yourself.
Ah, it's on.
Alrighty. Do you want to move or you stay where you are, Pike?
You've got a Death Knight if you're feeling frisky.
Do you want to move or stay where you are?
That's true. Okay. Sorry. Let me. I'm gonna hide behind the beholder.
Okay. So you move around Grog and get right about there. Okay. That ends your turn, Pike. Vax, make a wisdom saving throw.
To attempt to roll a natural 20.
Advantage on everything.
I know.
That's good. That's good. That's okay.
It's not a natural 20
It's
though.
not a natural 20.
Which is what it's going to take. I'm going to use luck.
Oh my God! You rolled a
It's
19.
18 and a 19. I'm going to use luck.
Wait, plus what? How much?
Plus 2. It gets me to 21. I need a natural 20. Luck. No.
Okay. That ends your turn, Vax. Percival.
I'm going to scoot against the wall towards myself as far as a reasonable amount of movement will take me, because
That's your movement there to get
I don't like clumping. I'm going to take aim at the asshole in the sky.
Okay.
And let's all right. Let's do a couple things. I'm going to take bad news out, and let's just to keep everything reasonable. I'm going to burn a point for Deadeye.
Okay.
And I'm going to take a sharpshooter shot on him.
Okay. So
Let's see.
-5 to the attack.
-5 to the attack. So that's a crit. So that's a crit.
You rolled a
19.
19, yeah, which you have now at level 18.
Now level 18. That's a crit with.
Kill.
Okay.
This is with which gun?
This is with bad news.
Okay.
So that's going to be 2d12. That's going to be 4d12 plus 6. So
this is bad news, you said?
Bad news.
Okay.
And I'm pouring, and I don't know if this also doubles. I don't think it does, but I'm pouring all of Cabal's Ruin into this shit too.
Okay.
So that's
go ahead and roll the Cabal's Ruin damage, because the
First.
actual hit from bad news
is what doubles.
Does nothing.
Oh, really?
The non-enchanted attack from bad news just hits and dissipates across his form.
Oh no. This is
Not half damage.
the Death Knight?
Nothing.
No,
this is a
this
back
is
knock.
Vex.
But Cabal's Ruin.
But Cabal's Ruin is considered magical damage, so that will go through.
2, 4, 6.
Was that the one you critted on?
7, 8. Yep, I burned a crit.
Nothing.
But that's okay.
You gain the grit back as the crit, though, which is good. You gain the grit back from...
Yeah, that's right. I burned the crit's not burned, so that's nice. The grit. But, oh boy. And these don't double, do they?
No.
No, they don't.
Wait, technically they would.
Dice.
Technically they do, because it is a
all
crit.
dice double.
All dice double. Yeah.
That's good. Get up.
Does my other rule also apply to this? Does this add to bleed damage now? Maybe not. I don't know.
I don't think so, because
okay.
it's an outside effect.
Because it's outside factor. That's fine.
I'm just saying that.
No, I'm with you. All right, let's see what
No,
we
you know
got.
what? It would, because just like any other critical effect, yes, it would.
Okay, so let's see.
It would.
10, 16.
You rolled pretty good.
19, let's see. 10, 16, 17, 19, 20, 25, 29, 31, 32. That's 32. Do I double
That
that or
one
roll?
too?
Oh,
Did you
oh
put
yeah,
that
that
one?
32, 34, 35, 36 points of damage.
Times 2.
Times 2.
Right.
So 36 points of damage
72.
times 2.
72.
72 points
Okay.
of electrical damage, and then he's also going to get a bleed of 31. Or,
Well-
no, he's going to get a bleed of 15.
We'll get 15 because he is actually resistant to lightning.
Oh,
so he
so-
took half the damage. So he takes half of that next time.
But he still,
bleed.
but he still has to roll concentration.
Yeah, for 36.
Take
So-
it. And goodbye, Cabal. Two, boom, boom,
All
boom,
of it-
boom,
all of it
boom,
gone.
boom, boom, boom. I'll gain more when he hits me with some magic shit.
Checking here.
Oh boy. Guys.
That-
It's like
is-
such an
That was good, that was good.
anticlimactic fight
Or half
because
the
none of us
damage you
can do
take.
anything, so it's just like, well,
So that would be 18 is half that. So DC is 18 for to maintain concentration. With advantage. So 14. Yeah, he saves.
God fucking damn it.
Barely, but like one.
Fuck. By one?
By
Wait.
one.
on concentration.
Yeah.
God damn it. I was debating whether or not to hit him with Hex, and now I'm so sad I didn't. Oh, well, that's okay.
Okay.
I'm reloading, and I'm going to take another bad news shot at Delilah.
Okay.
Where is she?
She's over here.
She's not holding any. What is she doing?
No, she just stepped over Vax's paralyzed body and then threw a finger of death at Vex.
Okay. Let's burn that. Let's burn that a little bit of animus again, just for my own. Let's burn that grit point again for advantage. Let's hit her with bad news. I'll cast Hex on her as well, just for fun.
Okay.
And give her disadvantage, Constitution disadvantage.
Okay, Hex on Delilah.
Or actually, let's give her just in case like she gets grappled or other way. Let's make it Constitution disadvantage. Fuck it.
Okay.
And then I've got bonus, and I'm doing sharpshooter again.
Okay.
Woo! Thank God I did, because that was a terrible shot. That's 14.
14 is not hit, unfortunately. As
That's-
you go to fire,
Do we know what would hit?
We don't.
We don't.
Why are you thinking about trying to
War
push
God's
it?
Blessing? Add
gives a
10?
plus 10.
Yeah.
Oh, that would definitely hit, I imagine.
War God's
Okay,
Blessing.
so use War God's Blessing
Thank
as a
you.
reaction onto Percy. As you go to fire, you feel the presence of Sarenrae coalesce around the blade, and you hear a little whisper of your shoulder say, there. And all of a sudden, clarity comes into frame, and you fire bad news towards Delilah, so go ahead and roll damage on that.
All right, it's with the Hex. So
She's not even going to spend a shield on that. That goes way over her AC.
oh, it's not bad. Yeah, that was close enough. I was like, almost cocked. That's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20 points of piercing damage and 5 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. It blasts, and you see the robe kind of tear open on one side. She's like, ah!
And that's my roll.
You glance over with the scope and see her as she turns and looks at you. You can see
Putting it away.
what you didn't see earlier is the one normal eye she has and one yellowish green eye with a cat slit pupil.
Shit.
What does that even mean?
Vecna's been busy. Okay, this is going to get interesting.
All right, that ends your turn, Percy.
Hands my. That's all I could do.
Scanlan, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Nope.
Okay.
I can't move my eyes or anything, or turn on my anti-magic.
You're paralyzed, yeah. I mean, like, as far as like the ray that you have, like the eye perspective, you're hitting right there. So you're missing You're just out of range to get rid of the
Anybody.
paralysis from Vex and off of Vax. If we manage to break from this somehow and you rotate, the spell would have no effect while it's on them.
So wait,
Just-
they're
just
broken
so you
from
know.
it by being in his gaze?
By being in his anti-magic.
Am I in his gaze?
No.
No, you are not.
So I
You're
can
just
still
outside of
cast
it.
spells.
Yeah,
But if I move into his gaze, I cannot.
correct. Or if you shoot something, if it through the cone, it'll dissipate.
If I shoot up at Vecna, will I hit him? Will I go through the cone?
No.
Yeah, probably. Sees it an arc, you're just outside of it.
I will not go through the cone.
Probably, you can angle it that way, yeah.
Okay.
So,
Just throw someone into the cone.
Keyleth, what are you doing?
It is now my turn.
Like
Yes.
you throw someone in my cone.
Oh, and also, I need you to make a concentration check on your.
Oh, my spell.
Yep, transformation.
I get advantage as a gnome.
You do. How much damage did you take on that one totally?
Huh? What?
From the
Ooh.
blast?
What?
From the blast that you took from.
70 points.
So you have to beat a 35.
Okay. As a what? A wisdom?
That would have been a concentration, a constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw.
So in theory, Scanlan, before it came to your turn, you actually dropped your beholder form.
Oh. I'm no longer paralyzed.
The spell maintains itself.
Whoa, but I'm a different guy.
But it's your mind that it affects.
Wait, what? Why?
Because
What?
his concentration.
Any spell still carries over the effects on you. You can't wild shape and.
But he lost concentration?
He lost concentration on his big spell, yeah.
Hey guys.
Damage?
Hi, Scanlan.
Yep.
I
So
mean,
I'll let you remake that Constitution
son of a
saving throw with your
Yeah.
Constitution.
All right.
Or sorry, your Wisdom. I'm sorry. So with your Scanlan's Wisdom.
Okay. Do I get advantage because of magic?
Yes, because it is magic.
And can I inspire myself?
Yes, you can.
All right, I will inspire myself.
I'm so nauseous.
That's pretty good. 24.
24 is just enough. So you shrug off the paralysis at the end of your turn. You're now free to move.
Oh my god.
Just move. I can't act, right?
No, that's just the end
Get
of your
out
turn.
of that clump.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
just move to the
So
right.
Keyleth, what are you doing?
Is he 60 foot away from me? Is he within range?
Who?
Should I handle Delilah or should I handle him?
What are you doing? Which one do you want?
Sam's telling me where you want to move to.
Do you mean I can move now or just in
No,
general?
no. Like next turn you'll be able to move.
Got it.
Is he within 60 feet of me?
Who?
Currently? Vecna.
You're not sure. Do you want to? You have to eyeball it.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. He's exactly 60 feet in the air. I have to get directly under his butthole. Can I get directly under his butthole?
You can move through Trinket. You'll get 2 attack opportunities from 2 skeletons.
Oh, Jesus balls.
Jesus balls.
You have to leapfrog over Trinket to get there, but you can do
Sorry
it.
to all religious people who are watching.
What about Delilah? Where is she?
Delilah's over here. She and 2 skeletons right now are kind of lording over the paralyzed Vax on the ground.
So if I move at all, I'm going to take opportunity from
Yeah.
skeletons.
Yep. You don't do a whole lot of damage, but damage adds up.
Jesus. Okay, I am going to head to Delilah.
Okay.
She's within 30. I can move up to her, correct?
Yep. Move straight up to her?
Can I?
You can, yeah. Both skeletons get tax opportunity on you. That's a
I don't wanna fuck
9.
this up.
No.
Nope.
And 12.
Negative.
They both hit you, but the mantle actually writhes out in front of you. You watch as various leaves kind of almost unfurl like a cat's hair up on the back of its neck.
Sure.
And it deflects the blows of the skeletons as you rush past.
Okay, I can either give her disadvantage on intelligence checks and give her confused, or I can give her disadvantage on concentration
No,
checks
no.
and she, whenever she takes damage, she's stunned. Or should I give her the confusion thing?
Either one. Go.
Intelligence?
They're both good. Yeah, go for the first one. Go nuts. Pick one.
Okay. I'm turning into Ashley Johnson. Okay. I'm gonna go up to Delilah.
Okay.
Cotton mouth. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna go up to her. I'm just gonna be like, experience what you've been putting all of us through. And I'm gonna touch her. And I'm gonna try and cast Contagion on her with Mind Fire.
Okay.
Mind fire!
Mind Fire!
Sounds good. Yeah, it sounds really.
Hit her with a mind bullet.
Mind bullets.
Telekinesis style.
How about the power?
Okay, so make a melee spell attack. Make a melee spell attack.
Okay. I have a bonus to my spell attacks, actually.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you do. I believe in you. You can do the thing.
on.
You got this, you got this.
Come on.
You're gonna eat
Hit her hard.
That's cocked.
You're the best.
That's even worse than when it was like cocked. Not great. 18.
18 is exactly what you needed. That's her armor class.
Your fucking leader's toucan.
Tenacious D for the rest of this fight, please.
So she now is affected by Mind Fire.
Which means her mind becomes feverish, and she has a disadvantage on intelligence checks and intelligence saving throws, and she becomes confused.
Oh, what does that mean? And what does confused mean?
For
I can tell you
7
if someone
days.
Sounds like she can't cast spells too well.
Hopefully.
Maybe.
Okay. So she's now considered confused.
What?
She's under the effects of the confusion spell
I know.
for as long as it
That's
lasts.
me under the effects of being confused about the
Your
confusion
turn.
spell.
Okay, is that end your turn, Keyleth?
Necromancy dabbling.
Bonus
jerk.
action?
I
What do you got for a bonus?
don't have a lot for a bonus, considering I could go into an elemental form.
Or the I will say the bonus.
Now, if we attack her, is that going to drop the confusion?
What?
Oh yeah, can we attack her in the well?
No, it just lasts for 7 days.
Well, it lasts 7 days if she fails the saves. She has 3 saves in a row, and if she succeeds and it goes away, if she fails, it lasts
But
for
not
7
drop
days.
if we hit her or something.
Yeah.
Okay. She has to make Constitution saving throws.
Okay.
But she's under the effects right now, correct?
This spell has been a lot of.
Yeah, we've been through this before,
Yeah.
haven't we?
Oh yeah, this was one of the
Saving
ones
throw
we
or
tried a
Constitution
long
check?
time ago.
Oh, saving
No.
throw.
It's the same, but it says after failing 3 of these saving throws, the disease effects lasts for the duration. So that wouldn't make me assume that she has it at least for 3 rounds, considering
I would,
it's a 5th level
but we
spell.
had this discussion before because then there's the ability it has Slimy Doom, which the creature has.
Begins to
Whenever it takes
bleed.
damage, it becomes stunned, which is the most broken.
I almost did that.
I know, but I think the D&D ruling technically is they have to fail 3 saves before it affects them.
But it's a 5th level fucking spell.
I know,
That's
it's
a
not-
lot.
I know.
Like, if that's lame for 3 rounds for a 5th level spell.
Look, I'll say this. I'll let Mind Fire work on her for now.
Oh, he doesn't look happy.
Yeah.
I feel like I just pissed off the DM.
No, you didn't piss off the DM. This spell has a lot of contention in the community, but the official D&D ruling was it doesn't affect until they fail all 3 spells, but the way it's written doesn't say that because it says they're afflicted upon them being hit. So I'm letting it go through because you didn't choose the cheesy-ass stun lock broken
After
spell.
succeeding on 3 of these spells, the creature recovers from the disease.
Right.
So they were already affected.
Right. Which is what I'm saying. This is between what's written in the spell and the arguments that people have made with D&D on Twitter, and they clarified saying that's not how it works. It's a mistype. It wasn't very clear. So I'm letting it work. Be happy.
The book.
Good stuff.
We're letting it happen.
Stop making eye contact. Look down.
Don't look down.
Okay.
Look down.
All right. At the end of your turn,
That cop.
at the end of your turn, Vecna's going to go ahead and use some legendary actions to cast a spell.
How about you just say you did and don't?
Yeah, let's
Maybe
not
he
say
could,
we
he
did.
could just evil monologue a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, tell us his
I'm
plan.
really good at evil monologue.
You were talking about how much you wanted a monologue. I really feel like this is the moment.
He's going to cast a 7th level fireball.
Damn it.
Right there.
God damn it.
Bye, everybody.
7th level fireball.
That's the end
Yeah.
of facts.
So I need
We gotta go.
Keyleth, Vac. Oh no, you don't
No, I'm done.
auto save. Yeah.
Good night.
To wake him up.
Wow. Maybe the Raven Queen will use you or something.
I can't. It's an automatic fail because I'm paralyzed.
Yeah.
What about the
Hey,
disadvantage
maybe that'll
that everyone has
take
against him?
That's actually good.
Right. That's came in. Like no one's really hit him
You'll
with
lose
anything
the
since then.
paralysis because you'll be in a coma. Yeah. Then we'll just wake you back up and you'll be fine.
Sure, great.
It's actually kind of good.
Alrighty.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be
So,
like
Keyleth, I need to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Yeah, that's a good reference.
The skeletons
Come on,
are
Keyleth.
obliterated.
Bring it back. Flatline.
They're done doing much right now.
That's not good.
That's a natural one.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Are you serious?
I'm looking at it.
Oh no.
That's a surprisingly shitty roll. 38 points of fire damage to Vax.
Full?
38. Yeah.
On a 7th level fireball?
I know. I rolled really shitty.
Okay.
38.
38 for you as well.
38.
38 to Vax.
38. That's not.
And 38 to
terrible.
Trinket.
Okay.
That's a small. That's like a dire armadillo. That's okay.
Points.
38 to Trinket.
Delilah take all that damage too?
Delilah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did. She can't save against this shit. And she's kind of like she takes it and is like.
She had that like.
No, the
what?
knight was out of it, but Delilah
Yeah.
took it.
She probably kind of likes it.
Probably a little bit.
She was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Burn.
It
Sick
ma-
burn.
It made sense for the circumstances.
No,
she's up for the
don't.
sacrifice.
Stop.
Alrighty, that ends Keyleth's turn. Top of the round. Now it's Vecna's go.
Oh, balls. I thought that was
Balls.
Vecna's go.
That was his legendary.
Lickables.
Oh,
Lickables.
Let's see here.
God damn it.
I like that you have a enlarged figure, Grog. That's cool.
I thought you were complimenting the DM. I was like, yeah, keep it up.
I like that you made an enlarged figure for Grog.
Vec, let's see.
I'll kill you last.
Carved it.
Oh my god, this map is so pretty.
He shifts in.
What is that thing in the middle of the?
This is the altar.
Whatever it is, it's really cool.
It's an altar.
Can we see what's in it?
So you have to go check it out. If there was
Spices.
anything,
Is he like moving towards the altar?
he's moving towards. He's just kind of shifting over in the center, kind of looking down for a bit, and he just goes. Well, sleep. He casts.
Can you do that with concentration?
What concentration?
This is not a concentration spell.
Okay, just checking.
You have advantage because
Yeah.
you're half elven.
He
Magic
casts
can't put me to sleep.
power word kill.
Oh, well, that's different.
What happened?
So
Wait, what?
Where did sleep
What is
go?
that?
no, this is what he said.
He meant metaphorical
Metaphorical
sleep.
sleep.
He meant death.
You utter a word of power that can compel one creature you see within range to die instantly. If the creature you chose has 100 hit points or fewer, it dies.
What?
How many hit points do you have?
I'm dead. Like insta full death?
Insta full death.
No saving from it?
Wait, what?
What?
Wait, what?
What?
Like permadeath?
Like no death saving throws. You watch as the light suddenly fades from Vex's eyes and she just falls to the ground.
Oh. Vax is watching. Frozen.
Oh my god.
Hey, don't compliment the map, you guys, because Matt really doesn't like it.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's now Delilah's turn.
This is not going well.
Maybe we should leave.
Plane shift? I don't know. Should we get out
She
of here?
turns and looks at you, Keyleth,
Oh no.
and goes,
Who's this, Delilah?
"This is Delilah. You took him from me.
Oh no.
I'm now gonna take him from you." And she points down.
I thought she was confused.
I actually get to check out if she does now. This may make the change.
Oh man.
Also, we weren't technically dating when we killed her, so I'm not really sure if she'd know.
All right. So I get to
Girl
roll.
situation, I guess.
I get to roll a d10.
I am not.
Let's hope he
having-
doesn't roll a 9 or a 10, y'all.
A 10. Straight up 10.
You are fucking lying
Come look.
to me.
Come look.
Ah.
It's right there.
I see it.
Oh shit! Wow, you really went down.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
I'm rolling really well. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, but that fireball was super low, so.
Oh
There you go.
boy. Oh,
All right. So
Oh,
do I have to roll for an
boy.
attack on this? Creature has to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no. Twins are down.
Hold on.
I don't know what to do.
We have to leave.
So that's 76 points of damage from the disintegrate spell.
Halved from the Deathwalker's ward armor, set to necromantic.
It's force damage.
Force damage?
Disintegrates
Oh.
force damage.
Oh well, then I'm down.
No.
As she
that
points
means
out-
he's disintegrated.
You watch as the
Wait, what?
Vax's form turns to dust.
Wait, what?
Fucking kidding me?
Leaving the armor of the Raven Queen empty on the ground. The daggers ting, ting, ting,
Like
to
no
the stone
body
around
left?
it.
There's no recovering from that, dude.
Bro, we're gone.
Wow.
Hold on.
Grog, it's your turn.
Twinsies out.
Oh no.
What's happening?
Okay.
I thought this campaign was gonna last longer than this.
Okay.
I said this was the last episode, and I meant it.
You are a terrible person. Oh no.
Foresight.
Can you roll 5x if I throw you over?
With foresight? Oh, because you're fuck.
But she doesn't have to roll against that? Like, she gets disadvantage on everything.
It's a dexterity saving throw, but he's still paralyzed from...
So he doesn't get advantage? Like, no.
You automatically fail dex saving throws when you're paralyzed.
You can't dex out of something if you can't move.
If I throw you over to her, can you roll before?
I'm too far to do anything, right?
I mean, at the moment,
You could have.
No, it has to be within 60 feet. So
from Delilah,
yeah.
she's within 40 feet of you.
Can I retroactively counterspell?
Yeah, I'll let you do it.
Retroactive.
Because you have your ability back, I'll let you try for it.
Wait, the disintegrate?
Yeah.
Go, Scanlan, go!
Because
Oh my God.
You need all the tricks you
Do you have
can
to
to
roll
try
for this?
and.
I think I have to roll for this.
Yeah,
What do you have to roll?
You roll and add your charisma modifier.
Which is big.
Oh. No. Charisma modifier?
Yeah.
It's just an 11.
+2 because you get +2
13.
bonus. So 13.
I can't add anything else.
Inspire yourself.
Not on a
Reaction.
reaction, I don't think.
You can't, but you're a war bard, right?
No, he's not a warbard. He's a lore bard.
But I mean, warcaster.
Let me see.
Oh man.
This
This
is.
does not feel good.
Doesn't feel good.
This does not feel good.
It's a peerless skill. When you make an ability check. It's an ability check, technically.
What's that mean?
Do it.
That means you can add your.
Do it.
Ability modifier.
Yeah, you can spend another bardic inspiration to it. So you're at a 13.
It's cocked.
Cocked.
But
Roll
it would have
again.
been 11.
Oh,
4.
Oh my!
It's a 17. The spell is a 6th level spell. The DC is 16.
So he's not disintegrated?
So.
Are you serious?
Matt is a gentle god.
Are you serious? Genuinely?
So, in this flash of vision, Keyleth, you see this happen, and then the bit of inspiration from the Raven Queen that's been kind of trying to push through whatever is keeping her vision at bay here. Your vision flashes back, and there you see Vax on the ground, the extended finger of Delilah as the green energy begins to spiral up the tip of her finger. And Scanlan in the back just says,
hey, you know what the problem is with your face? I can see it.
and Delilah goes, what? And the spell just dissipates.
Oh my god.
That was a 6th level spell?
Yeah.
Does she have any more of those?
We don't know.
Maybe.
Because I know I have 2. But I don't know where she's done.
Gotta do
Okay.
something.
That being the case, Delilah is going to go ahead and
Go be confused,
Go.
bitch.
4, 5, 6. That way you do get an attack of opportunity, Keyleth, on her.
Just straight melee.
Just a straight melee.
Hit her with a stick.
Ah.
Fuck her, hit her with a stick.
God, this
Damn
fucking
it. Oh, God.
dice
Look
sucks.
at that.
You've rolled shit on that dice every time tonight.
It's not good. Sorry, 13.
13?
Probably not.
No, that misses, unfortunately.
Fuck this dice.
Kill
Fuck
it.
it.
Kill it. Kill it.
Throw it into the ether.
Okay. Grog, it's your turn
Glows
now.
in the dark, though.
Sure. Sure.
Back for the time being in the jail.
Put it in the barrel of shame.
Can I use my? Are we doing this?
Yeah.
Can I use my action to pick up my buddy Pike?
and I am going to try and throw her as far as I can towards where Vex's body is laying.
Okay, so you're going to pick her up and move?
I guess there's no difference, right?
I mean, you can pick her up, move, and then throw her. They'll give her the most distance, but you can only move half your speed as you're carrying her. It's essentially an agreed-upon grapple.
Okay, wait.
So you'll be able to move 25 feet with her,
versus,
and then...
Versus picking her up and throwing her for an athletics check or something?
I mean, you can, but I don't know how far you'll throw her that way. I mean, it's up to you. You can just stay where you are, if you'd like to.
You're the only one.
You think so?
Yeah, and then I can get there.
And the initiative is Grog, Pike, Vax right now.
So I should just go on load?
Do your thing. Do your thing.
Okay, can I use my... I would like to rage.
You're raging.
Can I use my full speed to head towards Delilah?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45,
We've got it.
50.
I mean,
It's
like,
as far as you can get right
For
there.
my bonus action,
Pike
can I
might
use
be
my
able to do a
boots
thing
and
that we
feral
can't.
leaping
Sure.
to leap horizontally?
Okay.
20 feet. I just want to get within melee.
Okay, make an athletics check.
And your body still exists.
You guys look
Maybe.
fucking
For
dusty.
now.
It's a million. 25.
You land right in front of her. She watches you as you run around the side, leap right in front of her. This giant hulking form of muscle.
Yeah, reckless, great weapon master, all of the...
Turn her to fucking
Okay,
paste.
so you have 2 attacks.
Yeah, 2 attacks.
Why am I lightheaded?
Everything's going wrong.
Well, those drinks were really inappropriate.
28.
28, yeah, that hits.
4. 19. 29. 35 and 4 because I'm enlarged. 35 total on the first one.
Oof.
And the second one. 19. Should have taken that other thing. That would have been a crit. Minus 5. 27.
27 does hit, yes.
Boy, she's got a high DC, does she? Let me see. 10. 24. 34. 3 points of necrotic for 37. That's a D8, that's the wrong one. 36 points of damage.
Ooh. As you rush forward and cleave into her with hit after hit on the axe, you watch as her imposing form is just battered around and slashed apart. And as you finish and withdraw the axe for the 2 strikes, you see her already like clutching her stomach.
And an action surge is a bonus action, right?
No,
It's
an
not?
action surge.
Just an action surge. You can just do it.
So we just empty the tank?
Yeah.
I'll
Go.
use the axe. I'll use the action
Now's the
surge.
time.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
So is that 3 more attacks?
2 more
attacks?
2 more. Reckless, great weapon, all the shit. God damn, that's 2 19s in a row. If I'd picked that other thing, they would have been criticals.
Good, you're good.
28.
28 hits, definitely.
3, 17, 27, 29. That's a fucking D8 again. 31.
31?
31 points of damage.
Whew. Alrighty, second attack.
27.
Jesus, yes, that hits.
It's a monstrous thing.
Haster. Haster.
That's a 12. 26. 36. 38. Ooh, 30, 40. Including the enlarge and the necrotic.
Oh, you slam her with the 2 extra attacks, knocking her back as the 2 additional axe blows slice across the front of her chest. One gets from the side of the chin. You can see you've carved the cheek open and broken teeth. And now when she looks back to you, you can see all of her back molars and teeth. Now this horrible Joker grin on one side of her face as the blood leaks out. And you can see one where the one kind of gleaming green glowing, greenish yellow glowing eye just kind of flares open at you. And she kind of
Don't stop smiling on my account.
That ends your turn, Grog.
Now it's my moment.
All right. So, ghostly claws begin to spring up from the ground in a 20-foot radius.
Oh boy.
Claws, yes.
Ghostly claws.
Right there.
Shit bowels.
I need. Well, Vax fails. I need Keyleth and Grog and Trinket to all make dexterity saving throws. Sorry, strength saving throws. These are strength.
Strength?
Yes.
He can't do anything.
Don't fuck me, Gil.
Trinket can.
Trinket can't still attack if I'm not
That's
alive.
good.
Oh shit! But
I'll
he
let
can
you.
make it. Oh.
I'll let you in the purposes of you being dead. Trinket is going to act on its own, on his own, to just go ahead and defend you.
Okay, well,
Be
he
the
rolled
bear.
a 7, so.
So he's dead.
Okay.
Okay.
Or he's about to be pocketed in a pocket dimension pretty
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah, you might go in the
Okay. So, Grog?
22.
22. You take 5 points of necrotic damage and are not grappled.
Okay.
You take 10 points of necrotic damage, reduced to half for 5 because of your armor, and you are grappled and paralyzed. Keyleth?
22.
22. You take
Same
5
as
points of
Grog.
necrotic damage. Okay.
Oh, and then Trinket takes how much necrotic damage and.
10 and is grappled.
Okay.
Which means the speed is 0. All right, so. This is.
Shit.
Welcome to the.
God Wars.
Welcome to the God Wars, guys.
Can we get a god in here?
Cool.
Yeah, can we,
Why didn't we like Heroes Feast?
It wouldn't have like
It
light
wouldn't have
wisdom. I
mattered.
mean, like
Let's get a god in here.
Saving
Light or
throw.
dark meat, I don't care. One or the other.
yeah, either one's fine.
Get one of those ladies in here.
Step. Step.
Oh,
Step.
he's just nervous.
Just runs alongside. Through these heavy armored footfalls, as it walks, it puts its fingers forward and begins carving this sigil in the air. Grabs it and turns it. And as it turns it, you watch the same sigil runes appear around Grog and begin to spiral around you. Make a charisma saving throw, please.
Charisma.
Okay.
Fuck
Oh
balls.
my god.
Hey, y'all, +1. Don't worry. 4.
Wow.
Grog, you vanish.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Banished from this realm of existence.
No!
You appear on the ground in the Shadowfell, in the gaping crater where Tharamfala once stood.
Oh my god.
You look around up to the familiar cloudy dark sky and are alone.
Wait, y'all aren't in the Shadowfell anymore?
No.
We're in like
Oh, right, snow's falling.
wild man or some shit.
Guys, Matt wanted
All
to
you do
reboot
is-
this shit.
Without a perception check, is anybody around? Is it just me?
Nobody's around you, although you do look up and see maybe a dozen or so of the Gloomstalkers swirling up ahead.
Oh, great.
They haven't noticed you yet.
Oh, God fucking damn it.
You know what, though? You've been banished to another dimension. You can punch your way out of it.
You know what? I only have one thought.
Oh no, he's gonna turn to the cards, y'all. He's gonna turn to those cards.
Y'all we got this. We're okay.
He's going Texas.
Keyleth, perception check.
What? What?
Perception check.
Perception check.
Okay.
Oh my god, more shit's happening.
Oh, that's good. So 14 plus a 13, so 20.
Okay.
7.
You do notice the armored Death Knight still has a hand out after Grog's vanishing and is still like.
Okay, okay.
Okay, okay.
That's good.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
This doesn't appear to be plane shift.
So if I kill him, he'll come back.
Wait,
maybe.
It could be a
Or if I
concentration
kill
hold.
him,
Well,
Grog won't ever come back. What does that mean?
I don't know.
We'll
You
find
don't
out.
know.
Because we're just going to lay waste
You
to shit till it
you
stops
punish him
happening.
for
We're going to just
vanishing
keep
me. You understand?
doing terrible shit until terrible shit stops happening.
died.
Pickle time.
Dude, this is
What's up?
thing
Where are we at?
ever
Where are we
given
at?
us. It's
Where are we
so
at?
great.
We are at the end of the Death Knight's turn, which Vecna is going to use 2 legendary actions to cast another spell.
This feels like
He's probably down to only a
this
couple
feels
level
like
2
when we
spells
played
now.
in Liam's one shot when we got on the beach.
I was just about to say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I was like,
Revenge
this
for
is-
Demogorgon?
This is very much the beach, isn't it?
Yeah.
Vecna is going to shift further back on the field. to there.
Is he just always gonna fucking fly?
Probably. Why wouldn't he?
Yeah. feeder passe.
As he glides over, he looks down and sees the mess that Delilah's currently in, looks around and sees the options and says, well, I hate to see work unfinished.
Again.
Disintegrate again.
This is the same round, right?
And this is the next round.
Can I try? Well, he's as far.
He's moved out of your range.
Great.
And I don't know.
So now
No.
Now you see as a green ray fires down from the whispered one above, and within an instant.
Wait. Can I like bonus action him? Can I use my bonus
on your
action?
turn.
Reaction?
Of any sort?
I got nothing.
Turn to dust within the armor. Where once Vax stood, the vision you saw flash you thought might have been a warning, instead it was an omen. And you look down and see the raven wings just turn to ash, and now there is the empty body, or the empty armor of the Raven Queen, the daggers clattering to the stone.
Oh man, what the fuck?
Pike, it's your turn.
Oh, can't do what I was gonna do. Fuck.
Aim small, miss
Laura.
Okay.
She,
Sorry, hold on. Let me try to think of.
She can't reach you?
Yeah, aim small, miss
Nope.
You got time.
Not this round.
I can bring you to her.
You could hold your action and he could vamp you over.
Let's. Wait, when are you up?
4 more.
I don't know.
Ish. 3 or 4 more.
Don't just do whatever you want.
You have to touch her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to do something like that, you'd have to begin casting it, hold your action for him to take his turn, and then you could take her there and then do
Wait,
it.
so
That's the only way it would
who's
work.
up?
It's
I'm
Pike,
probably next.
Vax,
It's you,
Pike, Percy.
You,
and then
Percy, then Scanlan.
Okay. So Percy's next, and then it's Scanlan.
If we don't die in those 2 turns, yes.
Okay. So, oh my God, I'm shaking so bad. I will start casting Revivify, and I will hold my turn until Scanlan
Okay.
vamps us.
Yeah, I'm going to be a total dick and not do that. No.
Okay, so that's going to end your turn. You're
Because
holding
there's no
your
one in
action.
between us.
No, we're next to each other.
You're right next
I
to
mean,
each
no
other.
one in between us, like the bad guys.
Well, they can go whenever they want.
Delilah's right. Well,
Oh God.
Delilah already took her turn.
Okay.
Scanlan.
Oh, it's my turn. Where's
Wait,
Percy?
it's my turn.
Sorry, no, Percy, you're up next.
I'm going to unload a few rounds of Animus into Delilah since she's still standing.
Okay.
She's still standing.
She's still standing.
All right, let's drop a point of grit and let's get some advantage on this just for Animus shot number 1. Come on, crit. Not a crit, but still pretty decent. That's a 28 to hit.
28 to hit. That'll hit.
So let's do. That's not the full damage. So let's do this plus. Let's do that. So that's. That's 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 12 points of piercing damage, 5 points of psychic damage, and 4 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. Necrotic damage doesn't do anything, unfortunately.
I know.
Which it wasn't doing with him earlier.
I'll
So-
just keep that off then for now.
Okay. She's looking really hurt.
All right, let's take another shot. Same thing, burning a grit. Fuck it. And let's make this one, these are not the right dice to roll because I'm really nervous. Let's make this one a sharpshooter just to see if we can pour a little more pain. Natural 20, that's a crit.
There you go.
So let's get that grit back.
Kill it.
I'm working. I gotta use my pen. Don't shake me. I shake so much on my own. That's 2d10 plus 2d6 psychic. So that's 4 points of psychic damage. That was a terrible roll.
That was so bad.
18, 19, and 18, 19, 20, 21, 24 points of damage.
Okay.
Is that doubled? Did you
Yeah,
double the dice?
that's doubled. That was terrible.
How do you want to do this on Delilah?
Take my second shot. I call. Delilah, Even if we die, it's fucking worth it. And I take it right in her good eye. I want me to be the last thing she sees.
As she turns around, you watch that side of her face just explode, and she falls back. The force of it knocking her off her feet, and she scatters across the stonework. You glance over and you can see her looking face up, and the little green eye in the socket just turns and looks towards you.
Wait, it's still working?
Yep. Well, something. It's just the eye turned and looked at you from within the socket.
Yeah, but it's down. All right.
Like a creature inside of her.
Off.
Yeah, him.
For my third shot, Mr. Armor. Oh, and I get another grit back because she's dead. Armor, I'm taking a. What's he holding?
He currently has a long sword in one hand. That's all he's currently holding.
Holding a long sword. Let's get rid of that long sword. I'm going to hit him and make him drop that long sword.
Okay.
I'm burning a grit to make him drop it. I'm. God, I know this is a lot. Taking my third shot with Animus. And this is going to be a sharpshooter shot. And that's not a crit, but that's pretty good. That's 18, 28, 29 to hit.
That hits.
All right, so this is 1d10 plus 1d6. That's terrible. That's 20 points of damage, 2 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
And he has to make a strength saving throw, or he drops the sword.
Okay, that is a
DC 20.
He gets a 20 exactly. Fuck. 15 plus 5. Also, but he did take the damage. He has to make concentration, which he makes. It's a DC 11 because it's half the damage.
Concentration. Oh, for that. Well, that's
For
fine. I'm gonna
a spell that he's
just because
maintaining.
we're at that point where I'm panicking. Let's burn an accent surge. Boom.
Do it, do
Okay.
it.
3
do it
more
again.
shots on the asshole.
Okay.
Who are you shooting at?
I'm
Vecna?
no Vecna. I'm not shooting. He's laughing off my bullets.
Most of the impact just kind of deflects off the plate. Kind of
You're shooting at the Death Knight?
I'm shooting at the Death Knight. So now I'm just going to do a grit shot. I'm gonna just burn for. I'm gonna burn for
Currently,
Deadeye Sharpshooter. That's 16, 26, 27.
27. Okay.
It hits.
Yep.
And that's. Oh my fucking god!
Oh, it's Hal.
20 points of damage plus 1 point of psychic damage.
Okay.
That's fine.
Good. Burning another for.
Oh my god.
Burning another for.
the last
for.
thing.
Oh, I got more. I got 3 more.
Wow.
I just keep killing things.
Kill him, kill him. Kill it, get it
That's no, that's 17 to hit.
17. Just you watch as he's concentrating on that one spell, and as the one shot hits him in the second one, he just kind of puts his arm up and almost seems to deflect it with his hand.
Did he make a Constitution throw save against that the previous?
Yes, he did.
Okay, all right. And Groon, this is my last shot. Burning another grit, and
barely.
Natural 20. Okay, so that's going to be. Come on, that's better.
Which I actually forgot to mention. Vecna took a little extra damage from your crit earlier.
Yes, he did. So he took 15 extra points of damage. Halved. I think, or something. That's 18, 19, 21, 22, 23. 30 plus 30 points of damage plus 5 psychic damage.
Okay.
And he's going to take 30 points. He's going to take 15 points of damage plus 3 psychic damage next round.
Next round, yeah. Yeah, actually, that was a
fucking still standing?
16 and a 1. So with his concentration bonus, he saves. He maintains concentration.
Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, it's hard to break when we're designed for that.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to reload, and that's my fucking turn.
Okay.
That was a long turn.
I know.
You did good.
Moving on.
You did good.
All right, and then Percy's turn. Scanlan.
Okay.
Which Percy, do you want to move on your turn?
No.
Okay.
There's nowhere. I'm as far away from everybody as I can currently be. Like there's nowhere else.
I'm letting you know.
Yeah.
As it currently stands.
Yes.
Delilah's down.
Delilah's down.
And 2 figures that look pretty much untouched. Scanlan.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying
We're
just
losing.
just be mindful of your choices.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to start making a beeline straight for Keyleth. Fuck it.
Okay.
I'm going to see if I can I'm going to try and maybe get some cover behind.
30. You're just going to
Are
be
we
out in the
supposed to
open.
bail? What do we do?
I'm fucking bailing.
That's up to you. You do have one of them down, and you have 2.
If you can bail.
2 super.
Grog.
We can get Grog back. We just have to. It's got to get everybody up and.
Grog went.
Yeah. I didn't know where I am.
You can find them. You can find them.
Yeah.
But you.
Grog's
I'm
fine.
gone. There's no finding
There's nothing.
me. I'm gone.
We're
right.
picking up armor.
You cut
Scanlan.
mine, you live.
I grab Pikey Poo.
Picking up fucking armor.
A dimension door, straight to Vex's beautiful dead body.
Like a dead Juliet.
I will inspire Pike. I don't know if that helps your whatever ritual you're about to do, but maybe.
Just revivify.
Revivify?
Yeah.
What do you get for Inspire?
You get
get
a
a
D12
D12
that you can spend on something, which,
Right.
which as you release the Revivify, you reach down and grab the cold, lifeless hand of Vex. I need you to go ahead and just roll a wisdom check,
With inspiration.
should she need it.
Should she need
And don't I get Gnome Cunning, so I have advantage on it?
No, it's not a saving throw, it's just a check. So you just
Okay.
roll a D20, add your wisdom modifier.
We'll grab everything we fucking can.
Yep.
18.
18, yeah. The breath comes in.
Hi, Pike.
So you're at 1 hit
Are
point.
they dead?
No.
You look over to your side and you see Delilah on the ground, her head kind of scattered and exploded on the ground. The one kind of yellowish green eye kind of still like moving around and just taking in the scenery. You glance up and you see Vecna still kind of lording over, a big smile on his face. You see the other armored knight just kind of walking around, the plated black helmet just guarding any expression, except for these little glowing red dots, the eyes that peer through.
I'm going to use any movement I have to pick up the dust of my fallen friend, if there is any dust.
There's the dust and his equipment. Those are the two things that are
I
left.
will pick up whatever I can
Pick up
with my
everything you
little
can.
tiny
Scoop him into a little vial.
tiny arms.
That's so bad.
Achoo! Oh no! Oh no!
There's no time for allergies.
Wow. All right.
Fuck!
All right.
Oh.
So you get your hands up in the armor and some dust, and you gather it in
Where
your
is
hand. There's Scanlan. There's you.
Okay, yeah, we're close.
There's Vex, Pike.
So we're all together.
Minus
Well,
Percy and Grog.
Percy's there, and Grog is somewhere.
Percy.
I got as far as I could.
Are you done with you? Okay.
But
I'm done. That's all I
Okay,
can do.
so
How much
bonus
do you make
action.
enough? We may get Grog back.
We need a vamp.
I don't know if you can do
We
a
have to
bonus
plane
action.
Can I do a
shift.
bonus action?
I can
Yeah.
get us
I
out.
can. Okay.
And you need healing like a mother. Don't shrug at me. She's fine.
I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Vex.
Level 2.
Let's because it's level 4.
Bonus action. Well, because you've already cast
Level
Revivify, so level
2.
2. So 2d4 plus your wisdom modifier, I think.
I'm already rolling Vax into
Mixing it with your sewage.
Exactly.
10 hit points.
Thank you.
Let's tuck it behind the ear for later.
I can't cure wounds in bonus action.
Up to you. It doesn't matter anymore.
I haven't seen Vax yet. I haven't seen what happened.
No.
Can I move?
He's
You
somewhere.
haven't. You haven't seen.
He's just very stealthy.
No, because you already took your turn. You were holding it.
Okay. Oh my god.
All right, so that ends your turn. Scanlan, so you moved up there. You grabbed the stuff. That's your turn.
Yeah.
Keyleth.
To you.
Oh God. Okay.
Kill things or
Are we trying to get to me so I can get us all out?
yeah, but it's gonna take probably
Another round.
One more turn.
For Percy to get there.
But
Everybody else
everyone's
can grab
coming this
hands.
way, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's coming this way.
Sure.
Then I'm gonna fucking hell. Okay.
Kill someone. Kill
How does
someone.
fire storm work? I know it's like 10-foot cubes. So
Yeah,
does
you-
it have to be on the ground, or can I hit him up there?
You know what?
Can I like rain? Justice reigns from above. Can I do like that?
I haven't touched that game in so long now.
100 feet, 10, which you can arrange as you wish. Each cube must have at least one face adjacent to the face of another cube.
Oh.
Yeah, you can.
But adjacent.
Here's the location you choose within range, so I don't see why you couldn't. You can just create a lava fall, essentially,
But
if you
you'd
wanted
have to
to.
pick one of the two of them to hit.
You'd pick one, and then you could create a bunch of cubes that kind of chain off of it if you
Oh,
wanted
yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah,
But you
yeah,
can't
yeah,
hit
yeah,
them both.
yeah.
Can't hit them both.
But I'm not going to be able to hit the Death Knight and
Probably not. Not without hitting Scanlan or yourself in the process.
Well, what if I got out of the way? Could I?
I mean, we can try it.
Okay,
You're
here's what I'm
eyeing
gonna
it
do.
from
I'm gonna do a bonus action, and I'm gonna go air elemental, just the full-on wrath of my people and my hometown, and I'm going to like levitate up in like a cool tornado-y thing.
Are there any material components for Firestorm?
Probably.
No, there is not. So you can cast that in your form.
No, there's not.
All right, so you levitate up. We'll say, what, right there?
There's a lot of
There's a
dead
lot
bodies
going
on the
on.
ground, man.
I know. Here, I'm just gonna turn. This is
Death.
rough, man. So we'll say there. Okay.
Okay, that's high.
yeah,
that's
but
okay. That's okay.
How high did
It's
you
fine.
want it?
It's
How high
fine.
did you want
Like in between.
In
Yeah.
between, but don't worry about
Sure.
it. And then I'm gonna just like right onto Vecna and try and swarm it down towards the Death Knight and
Okay.
try and hit anything.
And how many
in
cubes is
between.
it? It is
10-foot cubes.
10-foot cubes. That's 10. Say 10. 9, 8, 7, 6.
Can't go to
5,
next.
A little bit of dust
4,
from my brother.
3,
That's what's on the
2,
floor right now.
1. You just barely get him. Just barely.
Go.
That'll do. That'll do.
Hold on.
What do you mean, hold on?
Don't say that.
There are some legendary things that I think might be happening.
Yeah, I get that vibe.
Been legendary. As you swarm up and begin to formulate the spell, Vecna just kind of looks out with you. And you can see with the vacant space where the hand is, there's almost an arcane flash of a hand that goes. It's going to attempt to counterspell you.
Roll a 1.
That is.
What does he have to roll?
Under
Under my
He has. It's a
save?
10 plus. It has to beat your DC. No, sorry. The level of the spell, which would be 17, which succeeds. You roll a 14 plus 10, so yeah, 24. So as you formulate the spell, you watch as the flames kind of sputter out.
Can you come back down to the ground?
Yeah, I'll try and levitate down a bit.
Okay, yeah, you were about there, and with your flying speed, you can land back down on the ground if you'd like. Sorry. Is that your turn, Keyleth?
I mean, I guess so.
Okay.
Nothing else.
What's it look like when you're looking out at all of us and we're just so sad?
It feels awful.
No, you love it.
So good.
I love
You're
it.
a liar. You're a lying liar.
It legitimately feels awful, but like we're building to this for a long time. I gotta play it.
There's a
I gotta
god
play it
floating in
as
the
it
air.
is. Not a god yet.
Us up.
Not a god yet.
That you know.
Not a god yet.
Not a god yet.
I'm simple.
He'll be a god in our next damn campaign when we're all dead.
He's going to use his last legendary action at the end of Keyleth's turn to cast a cantrip at you, Vex. As you just got back into consciousness.
Had to talk, dude.
He's going to reach out with a flame bolt.
Apparently it's because I called him a dipshit when he was talking to us.
You did blurt that out.
You did.
first thing.
You did kind of taunt him.
He is a dipshit.
You're a dipshit.
I'm gonna say, before he does his cantrip, I'm gonna go, you can go ahead and live forever, but you'll still be fucking ugly the whole damn time.
That's
So proud of you. Oh god.
disadvantage because you're prone on the ground and it's a ranged attack.
Okay.
That is a
That's true.
2 plus 16. That is an 18.
To my armor
Armor class.
he doesn't hit.
I rolled a natural 20 and a 2, by the way.
Oh my god.
So if you weren't prone,
He would have
fucking destroyed me.
That's fucking
That'd have
hilarious,
been
actually.
you would've been
So as he kind of points down with his still existing hand, kind of releases this bolt, and you see it kind of flare up in the air and rush towards you, and you just quickly roll out of the way, and it slams into the stone below you. You hear crack and break the area where your head once was. Now it's Vecna's turn.
Now a warning.
Wait, but that wasn't his turn?
That was a legendary action.
That was a legendary action. That's right.
You know.
I don't want any of it.
None of us want
I don't
this.
want it. I don't
None
like
of
it.
us are enjoying this.
I don't even
This
want to.
doesn't feel good.
Okay.
Bud.
Tyrion's just back in Whitestone having a fucking ball.
Tyrion's sitting with a cup of tea.
No, Tyrion's on the floor, weeping, holding his necklace.
Neck is just blinking.
That's right.
But did it go back? Oh, he
No,
doesn't know who it is.
we've got one way down. We are all
right.
having the thumper right now.
Yeah, it's just red. We're just all flashing red.
Okay.
Why are you making? Why did you say okay that way?
I know. Liam can be Tyrion now.
You're terrible.
Well, no, it's a established character. We already have artwork for it. I mean, why let it go to waste? He's done prissy boys before.
Look at
Matt's face. Look at Matt's face.
Vecna's gonna lean down, seeing that you just brought life back to Vex, and says,
"Don't you do it!
No, no!
Don't you do it!
Join your friend."
No. I will 6th level counterspell.
Okay.
And I will sing at him, counterspell, baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Counterspell.
Okay. Roll a d20.
Okay.
It's the 7th level Finger of Death, so.
would be so good if I could hear it.
Is that natural 20?
No.
Can't hang.
Up and down
Can't hang.
cardiac arrest.
Natural 1.
Stop rolling that die. Oh.
It really is a 1?
It really was a 1.
Which die was it?
Sure, I can add things to it, right?
No, you can't. Ones are.
Okay,
Ones
so
are just
78.
Ones are
So I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
I make a Constitution saving throw.
Yes.
Okay.
You're still inspired.
Still inspired.
You're inspired!
You're inspired. You're inspired.
You're inspired! Use it!
Inspired.
Okay. What's? Okay.
No,
And then
the top. Yeah, there's.
It's a D10, right?
D12 on top of it.
Add a D12.
So would you roll?
13.
A tartane.
Plus 1 is 14 plus the
No,
inspiration.
no, no. She
No,
rolled
no,
right
just
on
a 13. Plus 19.
No. You take 67 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
Oh, so it wasn't power word kill, it was a finger of death?
No, he'd already used his power word kill.
Okay.
Remember,
Okay.
it's not a god yet.
Okay.
Just the one. Just
The
the
fact
one
that he's
power
not
word
a
kill.
god gives me diarrhea feelings.
Okay.
Ow.
All right, and he's going to move back a bit, frustrated at the.
At everything.
Well, frustrated at your
we're
attempts to
gonna
counterspell.
shitty-
Actually, no, because they kind of laughed at that. He was like, "Nice try." That
Wasn't my best performance.
All right, that's the end of his turn. Lila's out. Grog. You
I'm in the shot.
make a stealth check.
Yeah, cool. Right. Pass without trace still going, right?
Nope.
No.
That's a 1.
Hello?
As you're there, Grog, you hear. A cloud of screeches as about 9 of these gloomstalkers all start going into a dive
Maybe
towards
one of
you.
them's our friend, Mr. Mistopheles.
Are you gonna do anything, Grog?
Am I going to do anything? How far away is the nearest structure?
Nothing.
Nothing.
It's a crater. You're where the city used to be,
I'm
and
just
you
an
have
open field.
you have at least a mile to each side of nothing but crater.
Fuck.
have to.
I mean,
one more round.
One more round.
One more round. We just.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
There's nothing
Okay.
we can do right now. You're
So I'm gonna use my.
You're tethered. You're tethered.
I'm gonna go into a frenzied rage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use my second wind to heal 1d10 plus my fighter level.
Okay.
3, 6. 6 points. Yay.
Okay.
How close to you do we have to be?
We have to be touching.
Okay.
And also you have to not be
I
wind.
will.
No, I can be wind
You can
now.
just be wind?
Yeah.
I don't have any of the fighter things.
So as
where I
long
can
as
just,
we're all
like,
level,
prep,
yo.
so I'll just.
You've got all. You've got all the
That's
shit?
my turn.
That's your turn.
You've got all of that.
Okay.
Whatever I can carry, yeah.
All right.
So ending your turn.
Right? Plane shift? All of be touching?
Dark energy suffuses the landscape in the area. Actually, no, I'm not going to use that one because nobody has necrotic resistance right now. More undead are going to pop up. Let's see how many. That's actually a pretty shitty roll.
Bugger.
So 4 undead pop up.
They're bullshit. We don't care.
Alrighty. That's going to be attack on you.
That's good. That's good.
It has advantage because you're prone and melee. That is a 17. Still doesn't hit. High armor. She's just like ducking out of the way. The skeleton's like chink, chink, hitting the ground. One's gonna be attacking at you, Pike, and that's cocked. Natural 1. It goes to strike you, and you don't even. It doesn't even hit you. The holy symbol of Syrinray flares, and it like pulls away from the blast of vibrant radiant energy. There's gonna be 1 attacking you, Scanlan.
Sure.
That is a 20 to hit.
Oh, yeah.
All right. You take 8 points of slashing damage.
Great.
And attacking you, Percival.
Yep.
That's another 20.
That is my armor class.
So it hits you. You take 11 points of slashing damage. As it just cuts to you.
I don't even like acknowledge its existence.
Okay.
I am definitely not amused.
What was the name of the fucking city, you guys?
Where's your dad from?
Singorn. Is Singorn still in the Feywild? No.
Damn it. I like it.
Where did we go? What city in the Feywild did we go to?
We can go to the pond.
Okay.
The Death Knight
steps forward, seeing Scanlan shrug off each one of, or attempt to shrug off all these spells. Comes rushing forward, and you watch as its blade begins to empower this dark black shadow, similar to the Gloomstalkers you've seen before. And as he brings the sword and arcs it down with tremendous might, you hear the crack of thunder as this staggering smite slams into you, or try to at least.
That sounds bad.
That's bad.
That is.
Do you have a reaction? No.
I
you
used it
don't.
already.
You used it already.
Shitty roll, 16 to hit.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Oh, okay.
Holy.
I mean, I'm not. I think I'm not attuned to. Yeah.
Okay, so you
it's fine.
take 10 points of slashing damage.
That's not bad.
That's not done.
Actually, technically, it's plus slash damage plus.
I know.
17 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
27.
17.
And as part of the staggering smite, you also take. 14 points of psychic damage, and make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fuck.
Against magic.
Yep.
That's better. 17.
17. So DC is 18.
No.
Unfortunately. So on a failed save, you have a disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. You can't take reactions until the end of your next turn. So you
Okay.
can't counterspell.
Scanlan's
Sure,
getting wailed
sure.
on. By the
Disadvantage on all attack.
Oh, but that's a
rolls.
concentration spell, so he's not going to maintain the concentration. You just take the damage and he lets it go.
Yes, that doesn't happen.
So you don't have the disadvantage.
Okay.
Otherwise,
come
you would
back.
lose other bits of concentration.
Other bits of concentration.
All right, so that brings us to Vex. Your turn.
I get to go.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're alive.
Sorry, guys.
Wow.
You walked into the lion's den.
Oh yeah, we're
We did.
I never did a single thing in this.
I know. This is
so
the first thing
sorry.
I've done.
That's all right.
This is the game. The
I
best
know.
thing.
That's the game.
I stand up.
Best 5 years of my life.
We're smart.
Well, you know,
I'm heading towards where you are. I'm heading towards the deceased body of Delilah.
should we call?
I'm gonna, as a
Will
bonus
Wheaton
action,
fill in
down
Liam from now on?
one of my, like my biggest healing potion, which is
balls.
1 greater healing potion.
Okay, go for it.
What is that?
That is
There's also a superior potion lying on the ground
Yeah.
amidst all my shit.
Yeah, no, it's
Just saying.
it's in your armor and stuff.
Just
like
saying.
sorry. It's greater is 4d4 plus 4.
44.
Okay, that's something.
So's the note.
4, 6, 9, 13 plus 4 is 17 healing points. And I'm going to move closer to Keyleth.
She can move to us. I was gonna say well, no, never mind.
Maybe I can
Move to
put
me.
myself.
We have to all be holding
hands.
y'all.
So maybe can I put myself in between Percy and Keyleth so that I can reach my hand out so that
I'm gonna be making a beeline for everybody else.
Okay.
And everybody's like in that big clump.
we're all in a
there.
clump, so we can still touch. I don't need to like move anywhere in order to be able to touch her.
She'll on her move, you'll be able to move before you cast plane shift, right?
Yes.
So as long as we're all touching, she can get to us. So we just need to clump, and I move last, so I'm fine.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah, I move last. Yeah.
I'm
Keyleth moves last, technically.
Yeah. Well,
Keyleth and Scanlan.
okay.
All right. So what are you doing next?
I'm gonna shoot
All right.
at the Death Knight.
Go for it.
With my 21.
21 actually hits.
Okay.
Oh, good.
BB. With my blazing bowstring.
Alrighty.
And I want to make it a bramble shot.
Go for it.
Hit him hard.
Just fuck him up.
Hit him hard.
Oh.
always
Is anybody
the night.
standing next to him?
Okay.
Scanlan and Keyleth.
Sweet.
Feel free to hit me. I don't care. I
No,
actually
I
can't
won't
be
hit
grappled.
you.
I
No,
can't be
she gets-
grappled.
she gets extra stuff.
Just gets extra
14,
points 'cause he's
19,
Oh, he's flanking.
23. 23 plus 8 is 31, right? 31.
Yep, 31.
33. 33 plus 1d6 lightning damage.
Yes.
39. And then 3d6 sneak attack.
Oh.
11 additional, so that's
50.
50.
yeah.
So he.
And
Oh, and the blazing bowstring.
yes,
6 additional from that.
56 points of damage in the one shot.
Back from the dead.
That is a 23 on his strength save. So as the arrow hits, you see the burst of flame. It pierces the armor, and you see the brambles kind of extend and tear around him. He just kind of looks up at you, and you watch as flames kind of burn out of the armor. The arrow burns away, and the brambles kind of ignite and fall to ash around him.
Not surprising.
But
What about his
concentration
concentration?
Come on.
That's going to be
Come on.
56. Half of that is a oh man, he's going to have to roll really high.
No.
Hold on. Half of 56 is
28.
28. No, he rolled a 19 plus 5. So as the flames ignite and burn around, the impact still causes him to lose the spell, and you watch as a vacuum fills in. And Grog, just as you see this barrage of Gloomstalkers just ready to grab and tear you apart, you just out, and then whoosh, appear in that space where you once were.
Huh? What's going on?
Hey.
Grog!
Thank you very
Grog!
You see Grog like?
Get out!
All right, that ends your turn, Vex?
No, I get to attack him again.
Oh yeah, go for it.
So.
We're in a nice little clump, aren't we? Who needs? Oh, actually,
That
I
one
can
definitely
look.
hits.
Can I? Oh, that's so weird.
This is
oh,
way
let me
less
do that without
damage.
fucking
Yeah.
up my mic.
16, 17, 18.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
20 damage on the second one.
Alrighty.
Okay.
You You can sense like there's like shadow and smoke kind of pouring out from under the armor as the frustration of the lost concentration is there. The second arrow hits the shoulder, just staring straight at you angrily.
Keyleth, get us out of here.
Hold hands, everyone. Hold hands. Hold hands. I think we're all in physical contact at this point, almost, except for me.
Except for you.
All right, that ends Vex's turn.
Where's Vax?
Well, well,
We'll talk later.
working on it. Do you have all of his stuff?
As much as I can carry.
Armor, daggers. Roll
Dust.
investigation check.
Dust.
Boots. Boots, his
No,
voice
you're not
says
getting
from
the
beyond the
boots.
grave.
The boots are part of his armor.
30. 30?
Might be able to bring
You
it back.
rustle through the dust when you went through and spent the turn grabbing what you can. You get most of his important magical items.
And
yes.
dust.
And a little bit of dust.
Those
Okay.
boots are gone.
Next time we fight Vecna, he's gonna be wearing some very nice boots.
No,
I know, just kidding.
Alrighty.
No.
So,
He'll be finger of
Dance
death
height,
in
what are you
double
doing?
time.
I mean, are we trying to get out of here? Or
We
what are we
are
doing?
we are trying to get out of
You
here.
can't get us out of here.
Then what?
we
We're
We
regroup.
have to fight him.
Yeah, but then we'll be able to like recover a little bit and
Let's-
figure out what we're doing.
We're going to die here.
Okay.
Get out.
Maybe I'll run to. Sorry, I'm stuttering. To Keyleth's doing it.
Well, as long as we're all touching, it doesing matter where
we have to all be
Keyleth is.
holding
It's
hands.
fine.
If you're, but we could turn some undead would help. Maybe?
Yes. Okay.
Or
before I leave,
heal us
Healing
or
or turn
something.
undead.
so that he can't
When's
kill
your
us
turn
before we
up?
go plane shift.
I'm coming up, right?
And you're holding your
after-
action, Keyleth?
yes, after Pike's turn. So, Pike, what are you doing?
Okay, I'm gonna do mass cure wounds. At 6th level. Which is, let's see.
Use the ring of counting, which has actually been proving to be invaluable.
48. Oh, but I also have.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah, it has
in
been.
this situation.
I wish I had a 100 marker.
What?
Yeah.
What did you just think of? What?
I'm just groggy.
Later. We need a bigger boat.
Fuck, this was a bad roll.
Is this a new round since my last counter spell?
What was the last one you countered and failed? That was on Vecna's turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when it comes back to your turn, it will be.
So not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
26 points.
That's
I rolled
great.
so badly.
That'll do.
26 is great.
20.
Okay.
And then,
All right.
am I able to, as also at
Yep.
this point,
It's everybody.
maybe see if I can
Don't do that.
channel divinity, or does that have to be?
It's an action to
An
do that.
action.
Feels better.
It's not like she's gonna
I can bring you back.
show up.
Stop it.
Okay.
No deal.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just so hot. Okay.
That's what I say to myself every morning.
Air tensions look good, but
No,
I feel like that is.
Okay. I'm just hanging out.
Okay. That's Pike's
Not
turn.
doing anything?
Well,
She
I
cast
did
Cure-
the
Cure Wounds
mass
already.
cure wounds. We're just
Are
still,
we all
yeah,
holding
still
hands? Are we
holding
all
hands.
in
Wait,
position?
did you just cure our wounds?
Yeah, we
26
just
points.
got 26 points
Oh,
back.
I didn't know that.
All right.
Yeah, I
at the
can-
end of Pike's turn,
Wait, can I do a mass healing word as my bonus action at a
what level is
6th level?
No,
because you already did a higher
I
thing,
already did a
so
higher
you can't do
level.
that, unfortunately.
You can just do it to one person.
Or a turn undead bonus
Just for
action.
one
Or
person.
Or
I
you can
can't.
do one person, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do one person. Who's closest to me?
she's probably at the bottom.
Yeah, who's it? Where are you at? Oh yeah, you're nothing. Okay, let me do the healing word.
You're nothing. You're
Yeah,
nobody.
Nothing.
You'll never be nothing in this world.
Alrighty. At the end of your turn, Pike,
Yep.
What is that?
Vecna's going to go ahead and cast.
2d4.
Been something instead of
You
pile
hear,
of
you hear the
dust,
voice
which is
enter
where I
this,
am.
the mind once more to you, Pike.
I
Say,
want to know right now.
don't worry. If you love her that much, I'll send her to you.
Oh no.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no. Dexterity.
Let me see if it's dexterity or constitution. Actually, I need to check again real fast.
God fucking damn it.
What is he doing?
He's trying to hurt our pikey.
That is a dexterity.
I
So
will
make a
eat your
dexterity saving throw.
face.
Nope, 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 nope.
16.
Nope.
I knew it was too low.
I know. All right. You take 78 points of force damage.
How much?
78.
78. Okay.
That's
That
okay.
is
That's
okay. I'm unconscious.
But,
however, it brings you to 0.
Which?
It turns you to dust.
What?
Wait, better armor, better armor, better armor.
But the armor.
Thank you.
Oh, it never got her to 0.
As soon as you hit 0, the armor flickers in, and the divine.
Oh my god.
Which also means that all the fucking skeletons take damage.
Yep. So, as the ray hits you and you feel your flesh begin to dissipate, the blessing of Pelor and the guidance of Syrinray flicker into you, and you watch as light and flames just burst out of her like a doctor regenerating. As the fire consumes the area, go ahead and roll your damage for your armor. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Oh my god.
Way to the Dawn Martyr, you guys.
I was about to say, I know the stats of the Dawn Martyr really well right now.
For reasons.
66
fire damage.
Oh, 66 fire damage. 66 fire damage.
It wasn't a melee, so.
Okay.
To all hostile creatures, correct?
Yep.
Not all creatures?
Yeah, all hostile.
All hostile.
Okay, that's a very important distinction.
It is.
Ah!
That
Well,
was
they're
terrible.
9, 14. You know what? It's fine. I'm alive.
Yeah.
Okay. So as the flames burn out, you watch as the skeletons get catch flame, the bone burning to a black, but they're still standing. Hurt, but standing. Okay. So that brings us to Percy.
Okay.
Nothing is going well.
All right. Are we a reasonable chain? Is everybody? Is there a break in the
We're just waiting
chain?
on you to make the
You have to
touch.
move, man.
There is nobody breaking the chain.
You.
I'm going to move 6 points in the direction of Delilah because I'm going to bring her with me because I don't want that dead body there.
Yeah, 'cause it ain't dead.
Did I make it in 6 moves?
In 6, you're right there. Yeah.
Okay, and while I'm running, just for fucking fun, I'm going to take 3 shots at that armor and I'm going to push him the fuck back. If that's okay, I'm going to just push that knight back. I'm going to try and do a force push.
And you're just saving your action until we're all touching.
Yeah.
Okay.
Waiting for
Is
you guys.
about to be. We're all
next,
touching.
I think.
So let's get rid of that fucker.
Get it, Percy.
All right, let's.
Get it.
I mean, we aren't getting out of here, right?
Yeah,
Are
we're
we
getting the
out of
fuck
here?
out of it. We're getting the fuck out of here.
Oh, I thought you were saving your action. I didn't know
No,
it wasn't.
it's her
I just.
turn.
Okay.
I rolled a really fucking shitty initiative.
So
Go, Fred. Get him.
that's a 27 to hit.
Yeah.
The knight.
Oh, that hits. Yes.
Okay, and that's a torso. That's a torso push. So that's I'm only gonna take the 1 shot. I don't even fucking care anymore. So I'm just like pushing him away.
So he's pushed 10 feet, right?
He's pushed 10 feet back from my position.
Let's make a save for that.
There's no save for that.
That's right. Yeah, just the push.
And then he takes a disturbingly sad 9 points of damage.
9
plus 6
points of damage.
Plus
Okay.
6 points psychic damage.
Plus 6 points psychic. Okay.
But he's 10 feet back. We're all touching. I'm going to save the rest of my attack for anybody who tries to get in the way of this shit. So
Okay.
if anybody
We'll take
interrupts us, I've just got 2 more shots ready to go.
End of
a
Percy's
burn-
turn?
And also burning a heal just for fun as well.
Sure. Scanlan, you're up.
I will lightning bolt at level 4 the armor knight guy.
Do it from your deck.
I'm also holding on to Delilah.
He's behind me, so I'll do it from my ass.
Solid.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I love you so much.
But I'll lift up my leg a little bit. Just kind of like
So much.
squeeze it out.
Yeah, like a dog at a fire hydrant.
All right. So
You gambled on
It's
that.
86, but at level 4 it's 96, I think.
Level 4 is 96. Yeah. He did not make a save. He rolled a 9 plus 6, 15. Yeah.
Yay! I'm not quite at full
But he has
health.
advantage on his saves because he's magical effects and spells. That's right. He rolled worse. Rolled a 4.
35.
35 points. The bolt through him at the same time he's blasted back by Percy's hit and kind of skids and you see the smoke rise up like the Terminator just keeps moving forward.
I'll gather whatever use my movement to gather whatever bits of Vax I can still see.
Put your hands in
and get into position.
Okay.
We're ready to burn.
And I will bonus action healing word Pikey Poo. Which is, for me, what is healing word? It's 1d4, it's 2d4 plus 6, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
10.
There you go. At the end of Scanlan's turn.
Fuck no, fuck no, fuck no, fuck no.
No, don't. Listen, let's just have a conversation about this. We're adults.
God fucking damn it.
I'll do it.
Is going to take a shot at Pike with a firebolt cantrip.
Okay.
Do you have a reaction? You have a reaction.
I do, but I kind of want to save it.
Bob and weave. I can
But
bob
this is
and
it.
weave.
This is it.
What's your problem?
There's no
with
save. This
religion,
is it.
man?
All right. So bonus there.
Do the people have to be alive to get out
That
of here?
is a 21.
It would
What's your armor
help.
class?
Yes.
21.
It's the only we need people to
23.
respond.
Oh, it doesn't even hit. It doesn't even hit.
Doesn't even hit. Oh god.
Eat a dick.
Oh god.
Level 5.
I don't
Eat a
think
bag of
there's
dicks.
any need.
Let's see.
Okay.
So-
Level 5.
Okay,
Well, I
you
rolled
say
a 5.
so.
Oh.
It's a cantrip. It goes ahead and fires the bolts towards you. You're barely holding on. And as you turn around, the flame hits you, but your armor absorbs it.
Sick.
No impact. Okay.
I need Taco Bell right now in my life. I know. I want Taco Bell so bad.
All right.
So much
We might have
So-
cheats tonight.
That's the end of Scanlan's turn.
Should we just all
Keyleth.
go to Taco Bell and eat there?
Are we all here?
We're all here.
We're all sure about this? We're out? We're out?
We're
100%?
dying. We're dying.
You have
No,
Delilah?
let's stay and fight.
We're on this plane, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We're on the material plane.
Then we're going to the Feywild, and we all hold hands. And
Are you turning back to your form then?
yes, I drop form and I pull out my tuning fork and my flowers, and I think deep about the Gilded Run and the Shademark blog and the beautiful pond that we appeared around that we know there's like a portal right near it, and that's what I think about just strongly. And I
Oh,
say,
yes, you're
everyone
very
think
clever.
about the pretty ponds.
Feywild Spring Break, motherfucker!
Spring Break 2017 Feywild.
Roll.
Okay. So
Oh boy.
You're a good man.
against
Very good.
Charlie Brown.
Vecna's going to attempt a counterspell.
Yep. Seventh level counterspell against him.
I knew that's what you were waiting for. I knew that's what you were waiting for. Oh, I knew that's
That
what
was
you
some
were
old school Magic the Gathering shit right there.
Do it, Scanlan. Do it.
Oh god.
You just pulled out the wild Uno card.
Listen, we're not happy yet. We're not happy
I
yet.
know.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah.
So,
Come on.
Mexican standoff.
so 7th level counterspell. Yeah, it doesn't even don't have to roll. Because yeah, let me check real fast. Because it says here,
Oh my god.
I need to confirm this real
Yes,
fast.
he's back.
Oh god.
It's back.
Short Haw's back.
Because yeah, 7th level would be 4th.
I'd rather not use it.
There's so much. Oh no.
Yeah, no, because the only spell you even had left to counterspell would be 7th level. So yeah, no. Boop.
Let's go.
So as the glyph of shattering begins to coalesce around his fingers in one hand and the wrist on the other, you strike up a counterspell of your own.
Sure, I will just say to him this time, I got nothing left. I will sing to him, I'm beautiful. I'm beautiful, it's true. You saw my face in a crowded place, and you didn't know what to do, because I just took a shit on you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The last thing you hear as the spell begins to take effect is the whispered voice of Vecna throughout all of your heads say, "What?" Before you are all yanked through a familiar tunnel of darkness and then thrust out into the center of a clustered, dense
The Feywild.
forest in the Feywild.
God. Have I been there? Wait, was that me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, I've been there.
Don't talk
I'm sorry.
to the grass.
I would have taken us home, but
no way we
we
could've
were already
gotten there.
there, and I had to go somewhere else.
Where's Vax?
And that's where we're going to end the session for tonight.
You sadistic motherfucker! You cut it right there! Oh, it was okay till right there!
That's not nice. That's not nice.
I'm so sorry.
Oh man, it's so good.
I don't feel good. Nothing feels good.
I was okay till right then!
Let's just
Oh.
let's just do like 1 more hour.
That was amazing. That was brutal. We didn't have a fucking chance.
No, there was not a fucking prayer.
Oh, what else were we gonna do? What else were we gonna do? Set up an Orange Julius stand by that tower? Of course we were gonna go in that tower.
Of course. But we didn't know how fucked we were until we got up there. We had to go.
I thought we were pretty badass by taking the tower down. We were not.
What a week.
Oh.
No.
Woo! What a game.
I can get you back, man. I can
yeah, we
get
got
you
options.
fucking
We
back.
got
Can you? Without a body?
We have.
Through resurrection.
We're going to have some discussions.
We got options.
Without a body?
It just no, but true resurrection says I can.
Marisha, we'll have some discussion.
Oh my God.
Everybody settle. Everybody settle.
Anyway.
We'll figure it out. It's okay.
Anyway.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for kicking in for a taste of the final arc. Holy shit!
You know what? I'm really grateful that we're not gonna have a clerk for you.
I wasn't. Oh man. There was a part of me because like I was if they were gonna end up waiting, if that didn't break concentration, they were either gonna wait for you and probably lose a lot more, possibly Keyleth once you realized what was going on, or left without you, you would have come back.
We would have been gone.
That would have been the end of that.
And I would have had to have won the game all by myself.
Yeah. Which you probably would have done.
Here is.
Bless you.
Or I just would have just taken the deck and been like.
Here is the number one lesson. The one takeaway tonight. The one takeaway is just how OP Vaxildan is.
Yeah.
This is true.
If he can't move, he's fucked, is what
Boots
we
no
learned.
longer.
I can't believe I fucking dumped my 9th level spell on you and then you got tied down. It
I
made
wasted
0
mine,
fucking
too.
difference.
Yeah.
You know?
You did great.
We both wasted our fucking 9th level spell.
Dude,
Well, they're hard to use. We gotta learn to use them better.
Yeah, you got one chance to do
Vecna
something
is on the
fucking
board.
amazing.
Vecna is out
It's a Hail
and
Mary.
ready to
My level's a
fucking
Hail Mary.
destroy.
So we'll pick up.
DTF.
Yeah, we'll pick up on this next week.
Wow, I'm
All right.
shaking.
I don't feel
Me
good.
too.
Me too.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you soon. And is it Thursday yet?
Nope, it's Thursday right now.
Last Thursday.
Good night, guys.
Oh my God.